All right. What's up, y'all? Mic check. Also cam check. Well, we got patch notes. I almost couldn't find my hat. Spent like 5 minutes looking for my hat. I was like, I am not streaming without my hat. Not happening. Cannot mess up the brand. I'm wondering if the attacks per second have a chance of bringing the bow above the crossbow, given Victimize proc changes. No. Doubt it. The thing about it is that we don't know what the internal cooldown, the new internal cooldown is. They obviously are just not going to just remove it completely because it was a server issue that it caused. So they're not going to remove it completely, but they're probably going to loosen it. Like, I'm assuming maybe 0.25 or somewhere around that range, maybe, which would be like a pretty massive change in terms of how it feels. So I'm actually I'm probably the most excited about that one, about that change than anything. Not the damage boost from 120 to 150% is like not even like a pit tier. Where's the damage really? But just Victimize itself is just gonna hopefully feel a lot better. So enough for me to go back and like mess around with some Victimize stuff. Mr. Mark was up. Also Choji, what's happening? Also, what's going on? What's happening? So, but don't forget that the 114 vulnerable on a crossbow plays a bigger role. Yeah, I mean, bow is gonna feel better, especially if you don't have a lot of attack speed or you don't have any GAs on certain items with attack speed or whatever. Bow is just naturally gonna feel better, but crossbows is gonna have a better overall output. Anyhow, I guess we need to pull up the patch notes. I'm gonna talk about it for a bit. I spent a lot of time I guess going over the notes earlier today when it came out. I was like at work. I was trying to take sneak peeks at the patch notes as I was at work, which, by the way, it's never a good idea to do that. Let's see, where is actually, do we have? Oh no, our site is still doing the thing. All right, I'm gonna have to just do it off the BNet launcher. That's just fine. That is fine. Okay, there we go. You guys see it? It's enough stuff to feel like we have something to chew on. I mean, kind of. I don't. I think what ultimately will end up happening is that we'll try a couple of things out of curiosity, but we'll end up just doing mostly the same things we've already been doing. The thing that probably has the biggest effect, honestly, is the buff to shrines. In terms of like, for those who like care about the pushing aspect of things, shrines gonna have the absolute biggest effect in a negative way, and not a positive way. People are gonna think it's positive until they actually try pushing, and then they're gonna realize, oh, that's a whole new layer of RNG that I didn't realize. And now all the stuff you need to align, all the storage you need to align for a good clear is now going to also include having specific shrines in a specific order. Yeah. That's going to be that's going to cause even more frustration than before. So it'll be fun at first. People like, oh look, the shrine's actually doing something. And so if you're speed farming, is great, right? Like if you're speed farming, I think the shrine buffs are going to feel great. If you're pushing, you're going to hate your life more than you already did, anyways. Whenever you were pushing. So I guess a quick overview of some stuff here. Neo is okay. Cherry what's happening? Sorry, I didn't get a chance to like respond to your message afterwards. I was already gone by then, trying to grab something to eat and doing a little bit of painting, which I ran out of paint earlier. So I got to finish the project tomorrow. I'm like painting my garage. But anyhow, Monty's cool because I already use Monty in most builds except for Rain of Arrows because I'm always moving. So this is huge. Like this is like pretty massive in my opinion. Don't know how big of a deal this is going to be here. I mean, I honestly don't know many people who actually use this rune. This one's a given. Blizzard even admitted themselves because spirits don't normally run into things. Also fair. Painting stream. Oh no. Nah, nope. Will not be doing that. Although I should probably like experiment with some in real life streams, I guess, at some point. I have no idea how it will go, but I guess that's the whole beauty of it, right? You just don't know. Let's see. All right, so Tau now spawns 3 pestilence swarms at a time. Damage reduced from 300 to 150. So that's a buff in the DPS department. But why did they choose to do 3 swarms now? What does that do? Like this doesn't really count as a skill from another class, does it? So anyhow, I do like Vex though, because I mean Vex we use in Rain of Rails. So duration decreased from 5 to 8 seconds. I thought they did increase the duration to 7 seconds at one point. So where did they get from 5 to 8 seconds from? It's 6 seconds, bro. Duration now properly refreshes. I didn't even know it wasn't refreshing properly. Cool. What does Lum do again? Is that the cooldown one? Or no, it's not that, is it? What did Lum do? I forgot. Also, what did Thol do? I actually forgot what these 2 runes do. Mercenary stuff. Honestly, this mercenary stuff, I was resource. Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of useful like mid game, early to mid game, when you're struggling with resources. I'll give him that. But what does Thol do? By the way, all these mercenary stuff may seem quite small or like almost kind of useless, but I mean, at this point of the mid season, it is kind of useless. Most of stuff, but I like for leveling, like this stuff is pretty massive. Like Mystical Frost Nova Source. Okay. Freeze and vulnerable to target. Yeah. I actually hated Frost Nova when I played Sword. Harpoon. I kind of like this skill, honestly. I wish I would have grabbed more enemies instead of a longer stun duration, but okay. This is actually quite nice. That detonation timer was actually pretty annoying. Try to play around with, honestly. Like I said, we're not going to really see these changes from the mercenary really take place until we level up again. So next season. Skipping Spiritborn for obvious reasons. Got some bug fixes here. Discuss roar. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. Most of these bug fixes are pretty light for the Dark Citadel. Same thing for mercenaries here. This was actually kind of an annoying one though. I'm glad that they fixed it, even though I don't really use Sibo that much. Fix an issue that where your chat log would display that you were killed by your hired mercenary if you were killed by an already defeated enemies. Turns out they weren't traitors after all. You sure they weren't committing a mutiny? No. Man. Honestly, I think they should have just left it there just for the suspense. They should have like not fixed that bug, honestly. It's always hilarious when you see it. Heisenberg TV, what's going on, man? Appreciate the follow. Curious Undercity. Fixing the issue where barrier leading to users could be passed through with the vid. Oh, boo. But I get it though. That makes sense. It's an issue where certain layers have less monster density, which may achieve a maximum attunement difficult. Cool. It's an issue where the end portal could fail to send player back to town if you interact with it just as a timer expired. So where would you go? Are you just stuck in in the Undercity if that happened? Fix the issue where non-tribute runs had a starter timer of 100 instead of 120. I think it's so. Here's the thing about Undercity right now that I have, man. Like, how I feel about Passionless so far. I'm reading through them right now, but like I already have an opinion, but I kind of don't want to like state my opinion first. I kind of want to just go over the notes and talk about it as a discussion in a sense. If I get my overview, then I kind of just, would just get the rest of this then, if that makes sense. With that being said, I'm using this as content, so that's why I'm like kind of going one by one here, because there isn't really much else to do. I will go and like start farming for some stuff though, just because I do want to try a couple of things, but so here's my thing with Curious Undercity though. Like, I really feel like they ruined it. They ruined Curious Undercity. Like what I thought was the more fun, suspenseful part of Curious Undercity. The part that I liked was that you could fail. Like there was a timer. You had to kind of like, you were in your little safe zone between each level, and you can look at the map to kind of see where stuff was, and you can kind of like plan out a strategy to make sure that you don't run out of time. Like I like that. That made Curious Undercity a different mode that felt different than everything else, because you had to kind of like plot your run, almost like Gauntlet, but obviously way better. So when they buffed it, or they made it hard for you to actually fail, by giving you more time, like start a timer or stuff or whatever and whatnot, it just became another activity where you just mow through and you don't care about stuff anymore. So I feel like they actually ruined what I thought was cool about Curious Undercity, to be honest. I bet Spiritborn players don't even know that the timer doesn't start until you leave the bubble at the start of each floor. That is probably very true. That is probably very true. But I remember though, I remember on Road when I just got to Torment 4 and I was trying to put in like one of the tributes or whatever, like a tribute that I probably shouldn't have been doing. And like there were times where I almost failed. And like there was one time I actually did fail because I decided to be more greedy than I should have been. Like I like that. Yeah, I wasted a tribute by doing so and failing, but I like that. Like that gave me reason to be like, okay, let me save these until I get a little bit stronger. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of gave me a reason to like hold on to some of the better ones or whatever until I can get the stuff I need to really be able to start using some of the better ones. But now it's just like you pick a tribute, you don't care, and most of the tributes are kind of garbage anyway. So I really feel like Curious Undercity is a very good idea and concept, but they really made it too easy and they messed up the whole what made it special in the first place. So I guess that's kind of my thought. So this whole fix the issue where not tribute runs had a starting time of 100 instead of 120. I mean, they could have just left that, honestly. Like, it literally doesn't even matter. We have way too much time anyway. You know what I'm saying? So, cool fix, I guess. Okay. Sure. I guess quest in advance. I don't way too much care about any of those. Fix the issue where health bars are missing for hostages during a hostage event. I remember that. And that sucked, I'm not gonna lie. Strongholds, fix an issue. Teleport outside the boss arena and block progression. Fix an issue with other party members could be unable to join in progress fight. Alright, fix an issue where the healing wheel didn't function. Fix an issue where certain pole armors were not usable by barbs and druids. Fix an issue where some tenets of Akarat could not be interacted with. Various visual improvements, whatever that means, of course, right? Base game, I guess. The Val, sure. And Dario's Visions, damage decreased from 3,000 to 4,000. So Andy's just got about 25% buff, I guess. So we're looking at which is about what? A tier and a half worth of damage for pits, I guess. So if you was playing Endargers before, you're now 1.5 pits stronger, tiers stronger in the pit. So sure, I guess. But I think people look at this number and it's like, yo, that's a huge buff. 3,000 to 4,000. That's like another 1,000%, but it's really just 25%, really. So, but that being said, it's not going to really change where Andoriel's is in the current hierarchy for rogues or whatnot. Add it with the buff to poison damage notes will be it'll be a bit better than that. I'm gonna say a bit better. I say like a little bit. I mean, but you can apply that to like poison TB without Andoriel's, right? So, but yeah, I'm just talking about just the Andoriel's buff itself. It's only 25%, but there are other buffs for poison related stuff. But yes, but we'll get to that in a sec. Pit degrees, chill per second is now 3 times higher. That's kind of cool. This is actually a decent buff, not gonna lie. We just don't have room to run Penitent Degrees in any of the builds right now. But if I was running Penitent Degrees this season, I would like that change quite a bit. Enduring Faith. Sure. Bow achievement aspect. Sure. Aspect of adaptability. Both effects now apply to basic skills, even when they're not cast, such as the free Storm Strike trigger from Grey Staff of the Chrome. So I feel like I was confused when I first read this. Visage with Rain of Roses out of the question. Well, yeah, of course. I don't know what you cannot give up Kyle the Nameless. Until Trick Attacks is fixed, that helm is going to be by far best in slot, and nothing will compare. Are you and the other D4 partner streamers asking for some more hard content that actually requires skill? Something to strive for. I think the game is fun, but I'm really missing hard content. I mean, bosses just loot pianos. Is it supposed to just be like that? How do I want to answer this question? So I put it this way. When there was a poll out, that was out, and granted, I mean, obviously Twitter is probably not the best place to have a poll for stuff like this. But when there was a poll out asking if Blizzard should fix the Spiritborn bugs, right? Most people said no. It is impossible to have challenging content when you have bugs that exist that completely trivializes the entire game, aka Spiritborns. So when you see as many people that want to one shot and be completely OP, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be OP and wanting one shot things. So I'm not talking down on it, but what I'm saying is people aren't looking for challenging content. People say they want harder content, but you can't want harder content and stuff, but then yet want to leave the Spiritborn alone. You can't have both, because you can't make content hard enough for the current power level of Spiritborns. You just can't. It's impossible. I mean, the hardest thing was 150 and all like pit tier 150s or whatever, which it's not really skillful content. I'll get to that later. But the hardest content in the game was 150s, and every class is, you know, is basically nowhere near that mark, but Spiritborn is speed farming it. So the thing is, I'll put it this way. We have spoke about it. There are several of us that have spoke about finding ways to have more challenging things and content, etc. The problem is there is a significant portion of the player base that doesn't care about stuff like that. And you can tell literally by how they voted for, you know, fixing the game, you know, bugs, and also aka Spiritborn bugs versus not wanting to. Like, that already tells you. That already tells you where the majority of the players' perspective is when it comes to this game. They're not looking for that type of challenge. They're okay with, and the thing about it is that even if you fix the Spiritborn bugs and stuff, you'll still be one-shotting most stuff anyway. I don't think they realize that, or realize that when they saw the poll, but still, you'll be one-shotting stuff, but people will be upset still. It's like, hey, I one-shot it with 26 zeros. I used to one-shot with 26 zeros. Now I'm one-shotting with 14 zeros. You know, I you know, F Blizzard, screw Blizzard. Why they nerf my class? You know, I really like my 26 zeros. You know, I can't believe Blizzard would do this. Like, you'll have those kind of complaints, which is it is what it is. Anyways, point being is that, like, yes, we have definitely spoken to the devs about the more, you know, more challenging content and stuff like that. But we also know that it's impossible to add challenging content as long as there's bugged builds in the game that doesn't perform as intended. Because how do they really give you more challenging and skillful stuff if stuff is, well, out of line, and they won't actively fix it until the following season when something else gets bugged? So it's kind of crazy. It's a hard thing to add. I'll put it that way. But I'm with you. I 100% agree with you, Faja. I really do. I just think more of the player base prefers not that. And yeah, I'm not gonna talk about Barbarian. You guys are here for Rogue anyway, so let's go down here. Necromancer, Rogue is next. There we go. Skills, Invigorating Strike. Base damage increased from 35 to 45%. And that's pretty cool, actually. Doesn't change Invigorating Strike's issue when it comes to single target damage, but I guess just having a slightly better way to farm, I guess you could say, or easier time farming with the cleave and stuff is, I guess, is okay. This one's a pretty hilarious change, though. The whole forceful arrow thing. Because we never used this as an attack. But that's a pretty hefty buff, though, for forceful arrow. Like, you still would never beat out, like, Heartseeker or whatever as like a, you know, as like a damage dealing basic attack from a distance. So I don't really know what the intent was here. Like, what were they trying to get us to do? Like, in order for us to consider like force arrow over, like, let's say Heartseeker on like a basic attack build, like that would have to be like 50% instead of 33%, maybe. Is it add? Okay, I'll give you guys a second. Pit shot viable now? So for like pin shot, honestly, but we'll talk about pin shots. This is like, it's like right there. It's like close. Are you guys back from ads yet, or? Okay. So I don't understand the force for arrow buff here. I mean, if you're gonna do a ranged basic attack build, Heartseeker is just significantly better, or has been. So 22 to 33% is a pretty hefty buff. But if you want us to take it over, like, let's say Heartseeker for any particular reason, that 22% needs to be like 50% or something, considering like how much force for arrow doesn't do for us. The broker, you're good. Twisting Blaze base damage increased from 54% to 70. That's about a 1 pit tier with a buff. So like all these, like most of these like numbers changes or tuning and whatever like that, honestly, it's like 1.5, maybe 1 to 1.5 pit tiers of like a buff. So like most people aren't even gonna feel really the difference between, like, for some of these. Like, this is nice. Don't get me wrong. I mean, this is better than not having anything, but most players aren't gonna really feel a difference with this. Bro, you're not gonna watch the Tyson fight? No, and even if I could, I don't have a license to. Like, you can get in trouble for like restreaming an event that like that, unless you got permission to, which you have to pay for, if they even let you do so. And I'm a teacher, so I'm broke. Just saying. I'll watch it later. Alchemical admixture is the real TB buff, I think. Yeah, I agree. I agree. The song right here is based though. All right, so here's another, like, about a pit tier and a half ish worth of damage buff here for pen shot. So the base damage, and we kind of saw that in the slideshow, whatever like that, I think, that they mentioned. So, however, this right here, elite enemies will take 50% multiplicative increased damage and will be knocked down for 1.5 seconds. So I'm assuming that this buff lasts with the slow all enemies it hits by 50% for 3 seconds, and not the be knocked down for 1.5 seconds. So I'm hoping this buff is like, the duration is 3 seconds and not 1.5 seconds. Or the buff is only happening when they're knocked down. They're not really very clear about this. Also keep in mind that this buff only happens when you cast it from full energy. So that means it's probably better off to do a combo point thing, because then you're always at full energy. Or if you're gonna do a spam pin shot setup or whatever, that you're gonna want to do, like, make sure you have Starless, of course, maybe a resource elixir, maybe, just to make sure that you're casting every time at full energy. Or just like a lot of ranks into innervation will also probably help too, because you don't want to not have this buff up, right, from full energy. With that being said, this does kind of help a little bit with pin shot single target. So my question is this, so to go even deeper into the theory crafting, I guess, my question is this buff dynamic or does it snapshot? And the reason why I asked that is because, let's say that you gather a bunch of enemies together and the elites are in the middle of the pack. Since you gain more damage per enemy that pen shot shoots through, if you're shooting through an elite midway, does the trash behind it start from that point of the 50% multiplicative damage and continues to scale off of that for the mobs behind it? Not that it makes that big of a difference, but it would make a difference depending on how you would like how important gathering becomes if that's the case. So that would be considered a snapshot if it did. I assume the damage is dynamic, but I'm gonna test both ways because I'm quite curious. Anyways, with that being said, I do think that the base damage buff here and the elite damage here does kind of help out Pen Shot a little bit. Is it gonna skyrocket into like one of the top rogue builds? Probably not, but I think it'll be more fun to play with. I'll put it that way. I think you could really kind of squeeze out a fun side speed farming thing and not feel like, you know, your boss damage is completely atrocious, I guess. At least when it comes to T4 stuff. So I think for T4 content and low pit tier stuff, and also in front of horrors, this should be really good. Because, you know, obviously the I think you can kill the councils now in a pretty decent time now with this and this being the case. And also if you're doing precision, right, then that means you're gonna get a little bit of buff there for pinch shot. So pinch shot actually might get some stonks. A little bit. Enough for me to give it a shot. Like enough for me to go back, you know what? We're gonna give it a shot. So this is good enough for me to like consider doing some like serious pinch shot stuff. I'll be right back. Okay. What up, Crafty? What are things and else? I'm going through them now, mainly for content. I've already read them myself, but I'm like going through each one and kind of giving a detailed explanation of what I think of each little line there. But yeah, we'll do some pin shot stuff. I'm kind of curious with some of the more hidden things that this might create. Also, it says enemies will take 50% increased damage and be knocked down for 1.5 seconds. So I'm assuming this applies to pin shot, but what if it doesn't? What if this is a debuff and not a pin shot buff? Could you just add pin shot to all the builds and gain a 50% multiplier against elites and bosses? At least that's the way it's worded. I'm assuming that's probably not intended. But I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it because you never know. I'd be so pissed if the double cast becomes meta. What's up? Hey man, new here, running your random rails build. It's a blast. Thanks, man. It's the most fun I've had on Rogue this season, for sure. I love it. But anyways, I'm just kind of like spitting off the top of my head. You know, I don't think that that's intended, but we may find out. Overall, all buffs look meaningless. Maybe it makes T4 more comfortable for non-Spirit-born classes. What about it? That's kind of all that's left to do, though, Grow Mass. Like, what is there left outside of like just T4 content in general? I mean, the majority of the player base don't push. Like, they're not into like pit push tiers. You know what I'm saying? Like people who push are like in the 0.01% of like the player base at the moment. So I think the route that they went, whether it affects me or not, the route that they went was definitely catered towards just making it easier for like the casual player base to do T4 with multiple different things. And with that being said, they're successful in doing that, even if it doesn't really do much for like the pit push type stuff. Was wondering why you chose to Masterwork ultimate damage on the amulet. I have a legendary node max at 45. Is that small bit of ultimate damage really worth more than imbuement ranks? What does imbuement ranks give you though? You're right though. You're right that the small amount of ultimate damage doesn't really do much. You're right. But imbuement ranks does even less than the ultimate damage does. What does it give you? Like, you're not dealing any poison damage, so the poison ranks are useless. What are you gonna do? Chill them faster with the cold imbuement ranks? But if you got Fist of Fate, you're already chilling them or freezing them extremely quickly, so that doesn't matter. And then Shadow Imbuement, you don't care about that because that's not dealing any damage in the precision build, because Shadow Imbuement doesn't get the precision buff, nor does it get buffed by crit damage, which is basically the base of your build, and trick attacks, right? So like Shadow Imbuement is useless. Sorry, Shadow Imbuement damage is useless. Cold Imbuement is useless in terms of potency here, and you don't deal any poison damage. So like the only other thing to masterwork, honestly, that gives you even the teeny bit of value is the ultimate damage. That's it. That's why I do it. Same Reflex is that one percenter. Yeah. But yeah, it's definitely far less than 1% though. Like, I mean, the amount of people that currently or that continuously pushes pit right now, like in a serious manner, is probably less than 100 people. Like, far less than like I would say 100 people is like being like generous. Like, we're talking about like at the moment maybe 20, maybe 15, 20 people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not something that they're I think I'm sad because builds I wanted to play are not on the buff list. Like Whirlwind example, we had Dance and Najee, but Snapshot and ruins it, in my opinion. So gross mass, I agree with you. I do agree with the idea of like buffing other things that were underperforming and like taking the risk and making them like a bit stronger just to get them in the limelight. So I definitely agree with you. Like, for instance, the close quarters combat buff it's just not enough. Like, that's not going to change anything for close quarters combat, and I'm sad about that. But I'm going to get to that in a second. I'm still trying to go. Go for it though. Hey Die, you think this patch, my dream of Dance of Knives Victimize is back? So I'm gonna put it this way, Parm. Builds that could use Victimize before are in the same spot as they will be when the patch comes out. So technically speaking, you could do Dance of Knives Victimize right now if you wanted to. The Victimize Changes doesn't make doing it with Dance of Knives any better than it did before. It's going to perform the same way as Heartseeker with Victimize does, Barrage with Victimize in terms of their relative performance. So it's not going to all of a sudden be like, oh, you know, Victimize Dance of Knives is going to shoot up past the other Victimize builds. It's going to be in the same relative performance. It's just everything is coming up a little bit. That's it. So if you like Victimize, if you like Dance of Knives with Victimize, I mean, do it. Like, there's nothing stopping you from doing it now, honestly. Only thing I think of is the more potent chill from Cold Imbuement might make a difference for faster staggering. No, it won't, because you already have Fist of Fate. You're not going to be able to stagger any quicker than that. You're really not. You're really not going to see that difference, honestly. I would rather take the triple master working on the ultimate damage and like get you like a good maybe 10% more damage. That's going to be, you know, worth considerably more than, you know, a teeny bit more in the chill part of it. Not only that, you got to remember too that chill has breakpoints. So like you have to reach a certain percentage of chill for it to equal a freeze. That makes sense. So like just masterworking imbuement ranks for chill and not reaching specific breakpoints is a really bad idea in general for chill. So yeah, I see what you're saying, but I just don't think that it's gonna happen. I had to give up on because so I could push to pit 80 above. I'm now on momentum Dance of Knives, which might be stronger. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean that's gonna be a little stronger. I mean, you can still do like Victimize Dance of Knives into the 80s if you want. It's just gonna require really good gear to do it. Waiting for the new build, the Twisting Blade build. There won't be any new Twisting Blade builds. It's just gonna be alchemical admixture, still poison TB. So it's the same Twisting Blade builds that we've seen this season, just more damage now. Anyhow, Flurry base damage increase from 130 to 150. That's like not even the pit tier. It's worth of damage. But sure, I mean, advanced Flurry, energy cost reduction increase from 10% to 15%. So this actually would be pretty cool for like leveling. Or whatever, like being able to like spam it earlier, like when you don't have the resources or whatever like that, to spam it. So like this change is probably considerably bigger for like the early game, which this is mid-season, so we're way past the early game. But I guess for next season, any idea what the best build for Rogue is after the patch? Same thing, Rapid Fire. Rapid Fire got more buffs than any of the other skills. And Rapid Fire was already Rogue's strongest push build. So if you're referring to what's the best push build right now, Zed, why are you telling us about the fight? Some of us are going to watch it later. Why are you telling us about why are you spoiling the fight? Just because I'm not watching it now does not mean I'm not going to watch it later. It's like, hey, did you hear about the new Marvel movie that came out or the new movie that came out? And then like you're at the movie seeing it, right? But we haven't watched it yet, and then you're telling us about the movie. Like, bro, we don't want to hear that. Rapid Fire be the best build. If you're, I'll put it this way. If your intent is pushing pit, like, you know, fishing for really high level pits, then yes, Rapid Fire is the way to go. So if that's the specific content you care about, Rapid Fire is what you need to play. If not, then it doesn't matter. Like legit, like T4, especially with the buffs with all the skills and new stuff, it's gonna feel even better across like 6 or 7 different builds. So if you plan on like fishing hundreds of times for a very specific pit tier, then you want to do that with Rapid Fire. That is your best bet. Dude, Vader is Luke's father. Everyone's like, no. No. Someone ban that guy. I don't understand the 3,000% damage and Darius to 4,000. Can I explain that? Sure. It's about 25%. It's a actual 25%, roughly 25% damage increase. So you're looking at about like a pit tier and a half worth of damage increase. So is it better? Sure. Is it gonna like, are you gonna see a bunch of Vandario builds come out on Rogue? No. Not any more than you already see now. All right, so Rapid Fire. Base damage increase from 33 to 40%. So honestly, at first when I read these notes earlier, I thought to myself, I'm like, why would they buff Rapid Fire? Considering that Rapid Fire is statistically or mathematically Rogue's strongest build when it comes to like pit pushing, that is, right? And then I thought to myself, because it's not just rapid fire, like it's not this tier. They added a bunch of more buffs to rapid fire, but I guess we'll get to it. We'll get to the talking point there. But the base damage, if I'm just looking at just the base damage here and nothing else yet, a part of me feels like they want to allow people to play rapid fire without combo points. They're planning on nerf, bro. If Tricky Stars will be nerfed season 7. Yeah, but that will also affect Pen Shot and Barrage too, as well. But Barrage didn't get any buffs. Well, the Windforce got buffed, but we'll talk about that in a second. But trick shots really needs to get fixed, man. Trick attacks is just so bad. Like, sure, it feels great when you proc it, but it is such a terrible passive to play around. It's awful. I'd rather for them to fix it and then just give a generalized buff to compensate for trick attacks in a sense, than just to leave it as it is. It is such an awful passive. Number 5 were Umbercrux. No, Umbercrux is really only useful. Well, I guess you could do that with Victimize technically. Still wouldn't do it that way though. That'd be kind of awkward. We'll try it though. All right, enhanced rapid fire. So this is what I don't understand. The critical strike chance per shot increased from 5% to 7.5%. Why? You replace the cowl helmet with air perdition with triple crits. You can. I mean, air is just considerably less damage, but it is better against the like pit bosses without minions for sure. Like for sure it is, but like throughout the run though, like cowl's just so much better. And it sucks that it is. I hate that helmet with the passion, honestly. I'm across East all victimized procs. Not if you're bouncing, if you're piercing / bouncing off the Umbercrux, you're actually adding to it versus eating it. Like if you try to do Heartseeker with Umbercrux, it eats it, yes. If you try to do rapid fire with it, kind of the same thing, even though the AoE can hit both at the same time. So maybe that's really not so bad, but it's not a pierce though, unlike Pen Shot where it pierces through. And if it pierces, you can kind of get the effect of both, which is why you see Umbercrux on vulnerable Pen Shot builds. Sorry, victimized Pen Shot builds as well as Barrage victimized builds. But those are the only 2 case scenarios you see it because of the pierce. But anyways, yeah. So this right here, I don't understand. We already have so much crit chance as it is. What is the point of this? When do we not crit? Especially if we're doing combo points. So part of me really thinks that what I said earlier is that maybe they're trying to get us to be able to run rapid fire without combo points because we never do it. Because there really is almost never a reason to do it. So this would actually be somewhat useful for a non-combo point rapid fire build, but not in the current state though. Like in the current state with trick attacks, I'm gonna crit anyways, always, even without combo points. and a full stack of precision. So right now, this is useless. As long as trick attacks is the way it is, this is completely useless. So I'm assuming this is future proofing for a non-combo point rapid fire setup or whatever, which is gonna feel really quite awkward. I can't really imagine the combo point rapid fire setup. Sorry, a preparation or intersight rapid fire thing. Does lucky hit work like this? Let's say I have 200% lucky hit chance and Victimize has 50% chance lucky hit, meaning every hit is a Victimize. So if you have 200% lucky hit chance, I think you'll need 300% lucky hit chance to get 100%. 200% lucky hit chance will get you 75. So a 75% chance to proc Victimize. So you'll need 300% to get it for Victimize. That's why I have it like the formula on Maxroll. I'm not saying the formula on Maxroll, but like how to reach 300%, even though it's like super duper hard to do so. Yep, there you go. What Turtle Hub said. What is the right way to get Dark Shroud up with rapid fire if you don't own the expansion? You'll have to do the Umbrus aspect. So you have to trade out either Concussive Strikes or Frostbitten for the Umbrus aspect to get Dark Shroud. We don't have the expansion. All right, so dash base damage increase from 40 to 65%. So a dash build is actually possible now. Like a dash build now is possible. It's just like no one bothers to do it. I don't blame him really. It's not like very strong, but it's possible. So, but anyways, I guess that just makes that even a little better for someone who wants to try something fun on their side, I guess. Dance of Knives added that this damage is increased by attack speed in the tooltip. Good job. Improve the distance tracking. Not exactly sure what that particularly means, but or how that's gonna have to really feel, but hopefully that should just feel better. Base damage increase from 64 to 80%, 6%. That's like not even a full pit tier. Note that these percentages relate when a one-handed weapon is equipped. So it might be slightly higher than what I'm guessing, but still not enough to like I mean it's just a teeny bit really for Dance of Knives here. I was actually expecting more than this for Dance of Knives. Cooldown for smoke grenade from 13 to 10 seconds. That's actually a pretty nice buff, honestly. I like that a lot. Base damage increase from 45% to 90%. Okay, so what they did here is that they're trying to get you to do a smoke grenade build, which was possible actually in the PTR. There was like a smoke grenade build that was actually like possible to do. So I think now, especially with the cooldown reduction, makes it easier to do it. And the damage obviously being increased by effectively double. But it makes a compelling argument to at least try it. I mean, obviously it's still not going to be good, but you can easily you can spam it easier now that way. So they're setting you up to be able to kind of easily like gear for it. Countering concealment. This skill now properly maintains the buff for 5 seconds after casting, regardless of whether you leave stealth while it's active. Sure, cool. That's good. Shadow imbuement. Damage to single enemies with the infection expires increased from 40% to 60%. So I'm wondering why they worded it that way though. Like, I don't quite understand why they worded it that way. I guess my thing is just like, so, because I mean, my thing is just why not just give it a, why not just buff the whole thing? Why only buff the secondary part of it? So I was thinking maybe it was just a wording. Maybe it was just a, you know, an accident, but like, but 40 to 60%, it's just really not nowhere near enough. Even with alchemical admixture and the buff to that, it's just really not enough. Don't get me wrong though, I actually might put together a alchemical admixture build that doesn't revolve around poison just to see how much shadow damage you can get up. But I don't really have much hopes for it. But it'll give me something to do. Deadly Venom. This is actually quite nice. Basically, they just double the value there, so that's cool. Exploit's value is actually went up, which honestly is really good for pin shot. So like, this is a great buff for pin shot. Not so much for multi-hit skills, like rapid fire or barrage or whatever, but for pin shot, maybe twisting blades, kind of. Well, not I guess not twisting blade because it doesn't really snapshot it. So it's just it's best with pin shot for sure. So the pin shot will probably see the most, get the most value out of this buff. So this one is the one I'm the most excited about. This line. This really got me the most excited because it changes something mechanically. And you guys know how much I like that, where something feels different or better and not just an increase of percentage numbers on something. So the fact that the explosion from Victimize can happen much more frequently than before means that they probably lowered the internal cooldown from like 0.5 to 0.2 or something, which should be pretty nice. It'll feel a lot better that way for sure. So like, you know, Victimize Barrage, Victimize Heartseeker will feel considerably better after the patch. Damage scaling increased from 120% to 150%. This is really not much. This is, again, not even the pit tiers worth the damage, really. Like, so I'm literally just ignoring this. But the big change is this. Like, this is going to, this right here will increase, this will increase your speed clears considerably more than this will. So this for speeds is honestly a considerable buff because of how often it procs. Not because you're going to be dealing more damage, but because you have to understand that when you're doing speeds, you're probably overkilling anyways with all that backloading on victimized damage. So you'll be hitting a pretty big crit, but you didn't need to hit that high. But then you have to wait for another 0.5 seconds to do it again at a random location that you might not want. And so like it just became really inefficient for speeding through things. So the fact that the explosions can happen more frequently, even though they'll deal less damage per explosion, this should feel a lot better for speeds, like a ton better for speeds. This is kind of irrelevant right here compared to this. Alchemical admixture. Potency scale increase from 20 to 40%. So this is double damage. buff here, basically. So great for poison TB. Probably not gonna, do much for Shadow Imbuement and stuff still. This right here is actually quite interesting. Fewer non-physical damage types are required to gain this benefit. Reduced from 3 to 2. This is actually pretty nice. I think mechanically, for building this and stuff, I think this is a baller change. Even though I don't see myself really messing with this key passive other than like, memeing stuff. But I like this because it changes the way that you build this. So I love stuff like that. Again, it's not just a numbers buff. Precision, damage scale increase from 15 to 20%. It seems rather small, but you also got to take into account how trick attack scales as well. So this looks a little bigger than what it seems here. It's still like maybe like 1.5, 2, about 2 pit tiers worth of a damage increase. So you'll see rapid fire and random arrows get a benefit from this, like a chunky, I don't say chunky, but a little bit of a benefit from this, of course. Just naturally, but nothing changed mechanically, which is a little sad, but I guess it's just damage. Close quarters combat damage scale increased from 15 to 25%. So this need to go way higher than that, because it's the only key passive that doesn't have a multiplicative glyph scaling, unlike the others, or unlike Victimize and Precision. So 15 to 25% is just not enough. He's watched the worst fight of 2024. Don't talk about it, because I will be watching it later at some point. But and yeah, so close quarters combat, I just don't see this. Why use this when momentum just got buffed too? Granted, I mean, it's so yeah, close quarters combat. Literally no reason to use it unless they somehow, like stealth, makes the glyph that works with it multiplicative. Then it would actually be worth it. Like this would actually be a good key passive if it had a multiplicative scaling, but it does not. Momentum, this is just an decent damage buff to what you were already doing. Exposures, lucky chance increase from 20%. Stun grenade damage increase from 40 to 80%. Not bad, actually. Grenades are just in a terrible spot right now, but sure, I guess. Paragon, Lorena's Instinct, damage cap while Intersight is full is increased from 35% to 60%. This would be pretty nice. Honestly, this would be pretty nice if Intersight did not have a cooldown. There's a 4-second cooldown when Intersight is done. So after your Intersight gauge empties or whatever, or runs out or whatever, there's a 4-second cooldown before you can build it up again. So that really hurts any particular Intersight based builds, and Intersight only really gives you I guess best benefit is basically the ability to have infinite energy, which isn't really a problem right now with Starless and like precision builds. Like we don't really have issues with energy, so it's one main thing that Intersight was supposed to be good at. We can do it without Intersight. So In order for this to feel like a good buff, 60%, which again would be quite nice. But if we did not have that 4-second cooldown before we can build energy again, before the mark shows up again, then this will actually be pretty good. Like this would be like a good reason to take that board and go Intersight. But till then, I still don't see Intersight being something that we take seriously. Unless they just remove that cooldown. Which honestly, at this point, they really should just remove that cooldown. They put the cooldown there towards the beginning of the game because it was super easy to kind of like have infinite energy with it towards the beginning of the game, but we have infinite energy now on a bunch of stuff, so I don't understand, you know, why that's still there. Either that or lower the cooldown to like at least 2 seconds maybe or something. God. Anyways, so I was thinking about it too. I was like, is there any way that we can really benefit from this? Honestly, like something like Scoundrel's Leathers would be pretty nice, but we can't go Scoundrel's Leathers right now as long as Shroud of False Death exists. Like literally that chest is way too strong to not take. So any real way of being able to get like an Intersight duration increase or whatever with something cool attached to it, like all the traps or whatever, we can't use because we just lose too much damage by doing so. And getting Intersight duration on like a weapon or an amulet or whatever, like that's hard. Because you have to sacrifice something important to do it. Because of where it's at. So I just don't, when I thought about today, I just don't see a way to really make use of this. With that 4-second cooldown being the way that it is. Because you need Intersight duration with that 4-second. You need a lot for the uptime to make sense. Because right now, you have 4 seconds uptime for at minimum 4 seconds downtime, which is roughly about 4.5 seconds downtime. Gauge back up after the 4-second cooldown. You have 4 seconds uptime, 4.5 seconds downtime. That means this is really what, a 30% buff? A little less than that, 27, 28% buff, like without any Intersight duration. You see what I'm saying? So there's Intersight. Well, that's what I was just talking about though, Peacha. Here's the problem though. Like one of the best place to get it, like to get it with something really cool attached to it, is Scoundrel's Leathers, right? But how can we take Scoundrel's Leathers when Shroud of False Hope or False Death exists? You can't. You can't give up that. Even the +1 ranks to trick attacks by itself on all builds on rogues is like enough to take that over like any other chest. What are the chances that you cosplay the Beauty and Cinch or just I don't know. But what up, the booty? But anyways, yeah. So the thing about it is that with other places in which you can get Intersight duration, it's like really hard to justify on most pieces for most builds because that slot is still too important. Unless you can get everything you need in one slot, like on the weapon, you can get a full value of whatever you need in the weapon. So therefore, you like the two-hander, so you have at least one slot in the one-hander and maybe a slot in the amulet. to do it, but most builds won't allow you to do that. I think Chas wants to see it. Yeah, most builds won't allow you to do that. So you're kind of stuck with what? A 27-ish percent, 28% buff without sacrifices being made. And even if you were to get someone like a one-hander, like then you turn the 27, 28% buff into like a 36 to 37%, maybe roughly buff or whatever. You start climbing up slowly to this number. So this looks great on paper until you start thinking about what you have to give up and the fact that you have that 4-second cooldown. That really hurts this in the long run. I don't know why they're being so like conservative and cautious about this, man. Like if they're gonna keep that cooldown, this needs to go way higher than that. But anyways, so you'll take Scoundrel's Leathers over Shroud for Flurry? That's a lot of damage though, teacher. That's a lot of damage missing, man. That's like 40% plus damage. Especially now with some of the passive buffs that we're getting. Because, you know, Try to False Death obviously, you know, buffs those passes that also got buffed. You know, so like Exploit, and not that Exploit's that great on Flurry, but like maybe like a Pin Shot build, like Exploit's actually really good. Poison builds, Deadly Venom is good. So like some of the passes that got buffed just, you know, just made Shroud of False Death better. The damage increase from uninterrupted Caltrops is underrated. I guess that's the thing though. It's only uninterrupted when you have Intersight up. What do you do with the 4 seconds when you don't have it? And then once you do have it, you have to then hope to proc Caltrops first before the other Caltrops expires, and that because you have 4 seconds in which you were not able to cast or proc a Caltrops. I think that's kind of where that's part of where my issue kind of lies. It's just really, honestly, it's really the cooldown. Like the cooldown of Intersight really bothers me. Like the 4 seconds really bothers me. It really hurts many things that you could be doing with Intersight. You said it's pretty good with duration, but how do you get Intersight duration and Caltrops duration at the same time? Because they're both in the same category for weapons, aren't they? You have to choose one. So unless you have 2 weapon slots, 2 one-handers available, where you can do one Intersight duration and the other one Caltrops duration. See what I'm saying? Like that's really hard to justify on like most rogue builds. Like I definitely can't justify it on Barrage. Can't justify it on Rapid Fire. Can't justify it on Pin Shot. Don't even think I can justify it on Twisting Blades. Maybe Flurry. I can't justify it on Invigorating Strike. I probably could on Blade. Well, I mean, obviously those won't be using, but those aren't core skills. So I guess that those don't matter. So I mean, I guess Flurry might be the only one that might be able to take that into consideration. But man, that's like still so niche, man. Oh, you mean I just can overlap with? Oh, okay. I thought you was talking about getting. Okay, I think you're talking about getting duration. Okay, I see. Spend time changing things, no one will ever touch. I guess the thing, I actually like Scoundrel's Leathers. I really do. And I had more intent to play with it more this season until False Death, until we all found out how good False Death was, and it's like, oh well, I guess I guess we're doing that now. Will Williams, what's going on, man? No doubt, long time to see how I'm feeling about the season so far. It's okay. It's okay. Lots of good ideas, not so great execution, and a class that's completely, utterly broken. That sort of kind of took away the a lot of the spirit of the season. I'll put it that way. All right, Blade Dancer increased from 40 to 60 to 60 to 80. Sure. So another TB-ish buff. Not a bad one, but certainly not crazy. We're not gonna outside of like alchemical admixture builds for TB. That's all we're gonna. I mean, if we already have a chemical admixture TB build, so I think now that they may not use like the Order Hakan amulet anymore though, because then they no longer need to get all three of the imbuement buffs or like that. So we might actually see an actual amulet. So I think admixture TB is probably gonna see a bit of an increase overall. I mean, I actually kind of like playing TB ish, kind of a little bit. But I like it when I can like bounce between stuff. I actually never really thought about doing TB with like Flurry as my movement skill. I actually probably should do that. And that allows me to bounce back and forth like between targets, like as I like build up a bunch of blade dancers or whatever. But I guess also the returning blaze, the speed of returning blaze coming back faster, that also doesn't really allow for that gameplay anymore, really. Also Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. I mean, I haven't watched it. I've been streaming. I'm gonna watch it later, but I'm streaming now. The fire's bad. Like don't ruin the fight though. Like it's the same thing as like ruining a movie, y'all. Y'all quit it. It's like, yo, I just went to go see this movie, whatever like that. And it's like, yo, I'm gonna go watch that movie. He's like, yeah, bro, don't bother, man. Like this is what happened in the movie. The ending was crap. This is what happened. Like there's don't do that. You said you missed nothing. I mean, I didn't have high expectations for it, but I just wanted to watch the fight. Anyhow, going forward, Windforce, damage bonus when activated increased from double to triple damage. So basically, Windforce went from this unique FX being 50% damage to now 100% damage, basically. Because from double to triple, yeah. So because it would technically be like 200%. So of course, so 200%, 50% of the time would be 100%. So yeah, so you're looking at basically the unique affix giving you, yeah, but I mean that's like 100% damage now. So like, or 100% damage versus 50% damage, which is what it was before. So here's the thing about the Windforce. There's Windforce competes with Skyhunter right now for precision builds, and it's really the only thing that you can use Windforce for. Sure, you can probably I mean, you could probably try to do an admixture build with Barrage, I guess, like a add, alchemical admixture with Barrage. But the problem is that if you do poison imbuement, then the unique affix doesn't really affect the poison imbuement because it's a dot. So the unique affix does nothing for poison setups. It does nothing for Victimize either. So the only thing that this Windforce unique affix does something for is precision builds. Now the problem is Windforce has to compete with Skyhunter, and Skyhunter is just extremely good. Like you're looking at like, almost 700% crit damage, plus crit damage from the implicit, which that crit damage then gets multiplied bigger than it should be by the precision key passive. Then trick attacks scales with this, with also precision or whatever like that. So like that's the problem. The problem is this is just not enough still. It's good. And the thing about like what makes me sad about this is that this could be a really good bow for Victimize. But they changed the way that Victimize mechanically works. If Victimize worked off of your damage, we would have been using the Windforce because Malice is a good passive and Malice is on the Windforce. So with Malice being a good passive and being on the Windforce, you would think, oh, Victimize build, that makes sense. But it does nothing. The unique affix does nothing for Victimize. So what's the point of the Windforce when its best scenario could have or would have been with Victimize had they just let it work with your damage like it used to? How big would the 3S masterwork on Malice be for Victimize? Pretty big. Like really big. But that's the only thing that would matter on that bow. It's just that. So like if you try to take that over like a regular bow with like, like a double aspect or a double value aspect with vulnerable damage and other things and stuff like that, it just makes a regular bow better, like a regular bow or crossbow better. Because otherwise we'd be doing it right now though, Turtle Hop. Because like if the Malice stacks was more beneficial than the regular bow, then we would have been doing Windforce a long time ago, like earlier this season with all the Barrage Victimize builds. But it's just not enough. And buffing the unique aspect doesn't change that fact because it doesn't even work on Victimize builds. But if Trick Attack gets fixed, would it be competitive? Maybe. I think it'll be kind of close. Yeah, I would say maybe. Probably. It'll be a lot closer if Trick Attack was fixed, yeah. Yeah, big if. But yeah. Honestly, I probably would prefer it though. Like the reason, so if it was really close, if Trick Attacks was fixed and I had to choose between Windforce and a Skyhunter, I probably would go Windforce because I'll be able to spend enough energy. Well, no, never mind. Because I mean, you're gaining energy anyways from Skyhunter, so you're not like reducing the resource. Never mind. So I guess still no, I guess. But the knockdown will kind of help trigger the second portion of Malice's bonus, which is actually a pretty big deal because it's kind of hard to trigger the knockdown effect on Rogue right now without like poison traps or rain of arrows. So like the knockdown itself, allowing us to be able to trigger the second part of Malice is actually really cool. And then of course the extra makes it cool to Malice. So I honestly, Windforce is a good bow. It just doesn't have a place. Like I think the stats are good. Just Cherry, what's up? Hey, oh, yeah. AP, what's going on? No Druid and Bar meta change build. I will go try PoE until season 7. Well, I mean, I think most people are anyways. I mean, we're past the mark of like mid. You know, we're at mid season at the moment, so like, there's no reason to not try PoE 2 early access if we're going to buy PoE anyways. Like at least give it a shot. There's no reason not to. Like I'm gonna do it. I was gonna do that regardless. Like regardless of how good the mid season patch was, how much of a banger it is, I was gonna try it anyway. So it's not one of those things like, oh, now I'm gonna PoE. Like no, I was gonna do that anyways. No matter how good this patch was, pass was, I was still gonna play PoE 2, or we'll try it out. Fairly certain I got 3 GA Windforce, so you want to try and make it useful? Actually, yes. Sauce. Yeah, because I think I'm pretty sure I salvaged my any Windforces I might have gotten. Right, but because you get 100% double barrage on the Windforce, we can move some Masterworks around the one-handers. Yeah, but the problem is that you can do it on the Skyhunter too. The Skyhunter, you can get 100% projectiles on the Skyhunter with a GA roll. So like you don't really, that's still no benefit. you see what I'm saying? Like you can do the same exact thing on the Skyhunter. That's the problem. Skyhunter's OP. All right, Combustion Dagger. Core damage skill increased from 20 to 40 to 50 to 70%. Why? Why? Can someone tell me why? Why are we increasing core damage here? I'm trying to think about what they could be doing is in like the PTR. Because like think about it. I guarantee you most of these changes that we're getting is trickled down from season 7 PTR stuff, and which has further changes that makes some of this stuff that seems like it makes no sense actually makes sense later. But right now, this makes 0 sense. It might make sense in season 7, but right now it makes 0 sense. Come up point pin shot, but core damage is additive. Like this would only help out for like, let's say Lorena's Instinct, like that Paragon node buff or whatever that we got, right? No, right now, where is that? There it is, right here. This, like that makes sense with this, but since combination is a combo point weapon, and this is additive and holds no value for a combo point build, why is that there? Why does this get buff? Again, it might make sense in season 7, but for now, it makes 0 sense. Like this is one of those changes they could have just kept for season 7 and not even bother putting it in season and the mid-season patch, like because it just literally makes no sense to have this. That's the unique affix buff. It says core damage though. Unless oh, that is right. That's right. Combustion Dagger doesn't have core damage anymore. It used to have core damage before this season. That's right. So yeah, I guess it is the unique affix buff, but why is it worded that way then? It should have said core skills. Because I was confused for a second. I'm like, wait a minute, why is that even there? Yeah, so this is the this is the unique affix. But it's supposed to be core skills. not core damage, because core damage is different. The core damage, 4% core damage is additive. That's why I was confused. I'm like, wait a minute, why is that getting increased? Okay. I was confused for a bit. All right. So they're trying to get you to do more combo point stuff. Okay. That's a buff for rapid fire. Probably it. That's probably it. I guess you can do combo point barrage, but or combo point pinch shot, but yeah. Sorry, the language confused me like quite a bit. Anyways, so I guess this, I guess buff for combo point builds. Still, this is about a not like this is actually pretty hefty buff actually. Now that I look at it, at least from the min, like the min value, got a pretty hefty buff. The top end is still kind of, well, it's just kind of 30%, but yeah, this is about like 70-something% buff. So, because it's almost double damage, but not really. So 70-something%. Yeah, I noticed that too. Like the damage cap, I read that too. I'm like, I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. It's almost like they wrote it in a different language, and then they try to translate it to English for some reason. Like they outsourced the blog to someone like in a different language, and then they translated it to English. Is what it seems like happened. That's my conspiracy theory, by the way. I have no proof, but yeah. So this is I guess this is about 70-ish something % increase to damage share for combo point builds, which is actually quite big. Okay. I was gonna do some Intersight rapid fire, but I guess with this being as big of an increase as that is, I might reconsider. I don't know. Anyways, Pit Fighter's goal, critical damage increased from 33% to 45%. So this seems like it's pretty small, but considering that this multiplies twice on precision builds, then it's 1.45 times 1.45 basically, instead of 1.33 times 1.33. So this is probably enough. Yeah, this is probably enough to make Pit Fighter's goal best in slot for Arena of Arrows builds, because before it was kind of like a side grade, kind of being like almost equivalent to a regular ring, but this change puts it ahead for Arena of Arrows, which means that you have to probably go with the regular glove because you're going to be missing out on the additional resistance. So you have to either get resistance on the glove or armor on the glove, one of the two, or whatever to kind of make up for it. Otherwise, you're going to have a really freakishly hard time capping. So chances are, I think that's probably what's going to be the play for Arena of Arrows, Pit Fighter's goal, and then regular gloves, most likely. You can't use this with rapid fire because, of course, you have Starlit Skies and whatchamacallit. Scoundrel's Kiss. So, or I guess Well, no, you can't because they buff Scoundrel's Kiss. I say, well, maybe you can get rid of Scoundrel's Kiss and go with Pitfighter's Goal instead. But then they buff Scoundrel's Kiss too. So yeah, so never, never mind on that idea. That's not happening. Anyhow, Assures here they increase the attack speed, not really much, honestly. And more often than not, we're usually pretty capped anyway, so this kind of becomes hard to like make use of anyway, I guess, in a lot of builds. But maybe Flurry, but that's about it. And then of course Scoundrel's Kiss getting buff. Not quite sure why we're getting a buff here, but at least with the way the game currently is, there's a buff here for Rapid Fire, another one. So here's my thought about the buffs to Rapid Fire, because there's several of them. Because who was it? Crafty was asking me too. He's like, why did they buff Rapid Fire? And I think a few other people were saying the same thing. It's like almost 100% damage buff for Rapid Fire. So here's my thought on that. Crafty was sending lots of hate mail. I bet. Rapid Fire was really, really strong. Yeah. So that was kind of my thought too. But here's what you have to think about it though. You got to think about it this way. Okay. How many people do you know actually play Rapid Fire? Like, can you count on the amount of like on your hands, the amount of people that you know that actively plays Rapid Fire? More than people playing Flurry. That's a fair statement too, actually. That's a very fair statement. Although if you want to combine people who have Flurry in their builds with Rain of Arrows, then that might actually trump the Rapid Fire players. Even if Flurry isn't really doing any damage, but it's part of a Rain of Arrows. But anyways, the reason why I say that, is because I think what they're trying to do with Rapid Fire is get more people interested in playing Rapid Fire. Because outside of like 3 people pushing, or that was pushing with Rapid Fire, like no one else was really playing Rapid Fire for any like generalized content, T4 at all, whatever content, or speed farming, or or that kind of thing. So I think what they're trying to do for a skill that is pretty hard to play and play well, I think they're just trying to get more people interested in playing it, other than the 3 people that you might know that might be playing it already. So that's my theory of why they did it. Which I guess makes sense from like a casual standpoint, but like for the people who, like for the very small people who do play Rapid Fire, it's kind of like, oh, they just kind of just buff Rapid Fire even more. I'm like, okay. But my thought is this though, and Turtle Hop pretty much said it. I think the issue honestly with Rapid Fire isn't the damage though. Like if they want more people playing Rapid Fire, they need to mechanically change the way Scoundrel's Kiss works. And I guarantee you'll get way more people playing Rapid Fire. It's the animation. It's the animation that's the issue, not the damage output. People know Rapid Fire is like the strongest rogue build. Like people know that by, if you pay any attention to leaderboards at all, which I hardly do, but people will tell you, hey, Rapid Fire is doing the best on pit pushing like that. Even if you don't do pit pushing, you at least know Rapid Fire is the strongest pit push build. Even as a casual. So people know it's the strongest build, but there's a reason why people don't play it. It's not the damage. It's literally the lob effect. The lob effect is the issue. What's wrong with the animation? Have you ever played Rapid Fire without the animation before? Like before they introduced that new ring? What about Twisting Blades? Can it be good? It's already decent. It's better now, but it was already pretty decent. I mean, you can totally play Twisting Blades right now if you want to. They buffed Rapid Fire to deceive the viewer into thinking the pit leaderboard is balance. You can still never for Rapid Fire at the moment. I got you. But Rapid Fire was like my main build that I played before they introduced Scoundrel's Kiss, because it felt good to aim in a straight line and just literally just like decimate things like arrow by arrow in a straight line. It didn't have great AoE, but like it still felt good to play. The whole lob effect kind of ruined what made Rapid Fire felt great to play. And really made it really weird to play on controller. You can get used to it, but it still doesn't really feel great on controller. So Barrage with Windforce is worth? No. Not really, no. Not with Trick Attack still being a thing. Skyhunters are still better than Windforce for precision builds. And then of course, Windforce can't be used with Victimize because the whole unique effect that doesn't work on Victimize, nor does it work on Poison Imbuement with alchemical admixture. So they're pretty much out of luck with that. I'm still gonna try it with Windforce in case something is bugged, because you know they probably bugged some stuff, right? Like you already know some things are bugged. Like somehow that knockback, that triple damage ends up double dipping with the double damage that was supposed to be removed for triple damage. So they probably stacked the triple damage on top of the double damage, and then somehow Windforce is dealing like, you know, sextuple damage or whatever. I would not be surprised if something like that happens, right? So I'm gonna try Windforce just for the sake of trying it. But statistically, Skyhunter is better still. It probably is an understatement. Very much. So Rapid Fire was fun. I agree with your diagnosis. Min May, what's going on? How's it going? Any Heartseeker above? Victimize. I feel like Victimize is the biggest winner in this patch. Not because of this. You're not going to notice this. I guarantee you're not going to notice this damage buff because it's like not even the pit tier's worth of damage buff right here. What you will notice is this. This, in my opinion, is the best change of the patch for rogues. By far. Because it's going to feel way better to play Victimize now. And it's going to make speed farming feel considerably better. And you'll be able to farm easier on Victimize-based builds now, because you're not waiting on a 0.5 second ICD to proc on an area that you don't want it. And you have to wait another 5 or 0.5 seconds for it to happen again. Doesn't sound like a long time, but when you start playing Victimize again, if you haven't played it before, being able to do more explosions but with less backlog of damage is going to feel a lot better. So yeah, but at that point you'll need to go Barrage, Pin Shot, Combo, Victimize, not Heartseeker. When you say need to, give me an example of when you need to do that. Now it's 0.45 seconds. Don't do that, feature. Don't do that to me. You mean more procs, more efficiency? But I mean, I guess, but you can kind of skill weave. You can skill weave. Yeah, I guess so. I guess you could do it. I guess you could go that route, yeah. But I mean, I guess my I think the word need is like is kind of what caught me off guard. I don't think you need to do that. There's nothing in the game that requires you to do that. Now, if the idea is for you to push pit or whatever with Victimize, then yeah. Like if you're trying to like push for a higher pit or like that, then sure, yeah, that's at that point. If your goal is like with the new patch and stuff, like a 110 or something, maybe 108, 110, then yeah. But outside of that, I mean, Heartseeker is with the Victimize change is going to slaughter T4 content all around that isn't pit pushing. And you're also more mobile because keep in mind with Pin Shot and Barrage, you have like if you're gonna skill weave both of those skills, you're immobile. So you're actually slower speed farming. With skill weaving than if you just chose one skill to speed farm with. So honestly, for push, so the only time where skill weaving is I would consider doing skill weaving for victimized stuff is if I'm pushing and that's it. Which, as you guys know, I don't push, so that means I probably won't be doing that. There's a not seen to only get a minor buff. Yeah. So it's Victimize, Victimize back. Well, I mean, it never really left. You could still do it. It just wasn't as effective as it was when other stuff was bugged alongside with it. Yeah, so you could still do it now if you wanted. Like nothing is stopping you from doing it. I mean, will it be better now? Sure. But all victimized builds are going to be better, not just, or it's going to feel better, not just Dance of Knives. So like relative to Heartseeker and Barrage or stuff like that, like it's still going to be like at the same position as it was, just better. But relative will still be like behind like a Heartseeker or a Barrage Victimize setup, or a Pin Shot Victimize setup, or a Pin Shot Barrage skill weave setup, or Heartseeker Pin Shot skill weave setup. However you wanna you wanna do it, or a Dance of Knives bug with Yin's Blessing Heartseeker setup. There's an infinite amount of things you can do there. They fixed Pain Gorger too. Did they? Where? That I did not see. Please let me know where that's at. To do that, you have to imbue Barrage all the time. Heartseeker's always imbued with Cold Clip. Well, I mean, you can just go physical, honestly, with Barrage and Pin Shot if you want to. If you're gonna skill weave, you can just go physical. Yeah, Johnvo, please tell me, please show me where that fix is. It's not that I don't believe you, but I did not see that fix. Okay, so I saw that, but what does that got to do with Pain Gorges though? Unless I didn't, unless I'm not seeing how that relates. Where is it at? Wait, okay. Let me see if I understand what you're talking about. So both effects now apply to basic skills even when they're not cast. Okay. So what you're saying is that aspect of adaptability now works with Pain Gorgers. So like that damage itself is not added to Pain Gorgers, or is now getting the Pain Gorgers proc is now getting the adaptability damage. Is that what you're saying? Which, okay, so that's cool. That is true. However, Pain Gorgers has bigger issues than that, though. Like it doesn't work with it doesn't work with crit damage. It doesn't work with quite a few other things too as well. So it's not just adaptability, but that is a good change. I actually didn't even think about it, but it's gonna need more than that though. However, what I will say is that adaptability is a very, so I think for like, I don't know about Heartseeker, but like let's say Invigorating Strike with Cleave or whatever, now you can do that with Pain Gorgers and get that 120% to actually apply to the Pain Gorgers proc. So that's going to, like, I guess double the damage of Pain Gorgers, almost. Which, I mean, it was doing kind of okay damage. I don't know if almost doubling the damage or a little more than doubling the damage is going to be enough to make it, to put it in a place where you can actually use it. But I guess it's definitely worth playing around with now, though. Pain Gorger still has bigger problems than this, but at least this is something to, I guess it's something I can play around with, yeah. To fix Subo's radar. Yeah, that's actually a very good change too as well. Exodus was going on. No one is playing Rapid Fire because trick attacks and unstable elixirs are horribly designed passives, and the patch doesn't address either one of them. I 1000% agree. It's also not great for speed farming, even with repeating aspect. Also agree. This patch doesn't make people want to play Rapid Fire more. It just uncaps a few people who already push Rapid Fire to or near its limit, so they can do it all over again. Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's like, that's why when I mentioned it, that I think they were trying to appeal to the casuals in terms of wanting to play Rapid Fire, because it's not a popular skill. Trick attacks and unstable elixirs, the casuals don't really understand why that's important, or the scaling between trick attacks, or trick attacks in general, nor why unstable elixirs is very important in a push bow and Rapid Fire. Casuals aren't going to understand that, but what they are going to understand is the difference between arrows shooting in a straight line and the lob effect. And I really think that the lob probably has a bigger play in terms of why people don't play Rapid Fire than the reasoning that you mentioned. I think the more seasoned players, like the more seasoned rogue players, are, don't want to deal with the trick attack scaling and the issues against bosses and stuff like that with it, for sure. I 100% agree with you on that. But yeah, the patch does not address either thing. I assume that they're not going to bother with that until season 7. I think that the main goal of these number changes is so people can get their glyphs to 100 more easily without min-max gear, which is good for the game overall, but doesn't add much content for those who already past that point. I agree. That's the reason why I said earlier that the best change, honestly, of this patch is this. Because it's not just a number go bigger type ordeal. Like, this mechanically changes how Victimize is going to feel, and that is going to make Victimize feel a lot better than what it currently does. This too as well. Like the whole fewer non-physical damage types are required to gain its benefit, reduced from 3 to 2. That's actually pretty big. Whether or not a lot of builds can use this is, obviously to be, that's something they have to address later. But the fact that you're going from 3 to 2 changes the way you build. So that does more than just number go up. You know what I mean? These are the kind of changes that I like. The stuff like Deadly Venom exploit, like those kind of things. This is useless. Close quarters combat buff is quite useless. This only just exaggerates the problem that's already there. Again, damage number go up, sort of thing. But this doesn't really do much until we fix the root cause of Intersight, or the root issues of Intersight. Windforce, for example, like, tripling its damage output when it still doesn't have a place to use Windforce because of the way key passes are designed right now, and the bug to trick attacks still will not make Windforce probably use unless it's bugged in some way. Yeah, so I mean, I kind of went over a lot of that already, like my thoughts of that. But I guess my overall thoughts on like the rogue stuff is we did get more than I expected to get based on what I saw from the slideshow stuff. But a lot of it really is just kind of, number go up sort of thing, with a couple of things that might be interesting to want to give a shot. Like penetrating shot actually is something I kind of want to see. Like I want to see how big of a deal this really is, and whether there's any snapshotting or a dynamic thing that goes along with this, or whether or not this is a debuff where all skills can use it, because it says enemies will take this amount instead of pin shot gets X amount increase, right? So maybe it's just a wording thing, but it could be a debuff that all other skills can use. I hope not, but it ways to be determined. But yeah, advanced penetrating shot, twist and blaze actually kind of got some value with alchemical admixture and a little bit of buffs that it got purposely. So but yeah, this will change Renovero's meta-ish somewhat from regular rain to pit fighters, because of course this double dips. So, and even when this did double dip, this was like a side grade to a regular ring. But now that we got this and the double dip of this, kind of makes it best in slot now. So but yeah, I guess that honestly, that is really it. I'm gonna say that's really it, but a lot of this really feels like they're waiting for like the big, like the more meaningful changes for season 7, and that a lot of this is kind of number go up sort of thing. But I guess what you will see from me during stream when this drops is you will see me do penetrating shot, both combo point and preparation versions of it, just out of curiosity. I don't think I would do Victimize just because you don't really get any benefit of this, because obviously Victimize doesn't care about your base damage of the skill, and nor does it care about this. So there's no reason for me to try penetrating shot with Victimize, because we already know what it does without that. I think I will do basic attack builds. Definitely will do some Victimize stuff to see how that feels, just because they're changing the mechanic of it, the ICD of it, which is great. So I want to know what that feels like to play. So it'll be some Heartseeker, Victimize, Barrage, Victimize, and I might also do some Windforce shenanigans, even though on paper it doesn't really seem that great. Well, on paper it looks like a lot, but no, it doesn't really compete with Sky Hunter because of trick attacks. So Windforce just doesn't have a place right now. Let the bug testing begin, sure. What change? What change would you like to see that they didn't do? The changes that I would like to see would be things that would require like another season, like a different season. Like they wouldn't do it in like a mid-season patch, which I know they won't. But like changes I want to see are substantial buffs to close quarters combat, bug fix precision, bug fix victimize, change victimize to having it based off of your damage and not weapon damage, so things like Windforce can actually have a place. Fix trick attacks, and then fix trick attacks, and then scale precision accordingly based off the fixed trick attacks and the fixed precision. Probably sounds complicated what I just said. Honestly, change Scoundrel's Kiss to just like remove the lob effect, but just give us the explodey arrows, and make repeating actually give explodey arrows too. That would be my wish list, I guess, for that. I would do away with some of the Dance of Knives snapshotting, and then just increase the base Dance of Dance of Knives, so the build can be effective without having to do a bunch of different snapshots. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I only did a minimum amount of testing, but Victimize ICD kill pinch shots bossing ability that we saw in season 4. Pinch shot used to be about far the strongest rogue build for pushing in season 4 because you could splash damage off of Az. Boss tested earlier this season, and you can't splash damage off of Az anymore, or if you do, it doesn't apply all the crowd control effects. You're right, Exodus. You're exactly right. People still try to do it though. People still try to do Victimize pinch shot, but you're exactly right. Biggest change should be make more vills viable. I guess the thing is that viable has such a different definition for different people. Like, technically speaking, there are a lot of builds that can just demolish T4, but people's version of what makes something viable is basically pit driven. So like, people might say, oh well, then pit 100 is what we call viable, right? Well, if that's the metric, then we have quite a few rogue builds that can do 100, and I guess more rogue builds should be able to do it now. With some of the buffs here, or easier to get to 100, I guess. Gotta get rid of those doors for sure. Playing rapid fire 3 seasons in a row. Well, you don't have to play rapid fire. There's nothing in the game that requires you to play rapid fire, unless your goal is third-party leaderboards. There's nothing that you have to have a rapid fire build for. You want to play the strongest? Not always. Not everybody. I'll put it this way: not if it's not fun to play. Rapid fire might technically on paper be the strongest, but it's also one of the least popular skills to play, or one of the least popular skills being used at the moment. Even the people who are pushing rapid fire don't even want to play rapid fire. Like they stop pushing because it's just literal cancer to play. But for one, pushing at that tier already is just not much fun. But doing it with rapid fire is just also not much fun either. So I guess it just depends on what you mean by strong. So like I put this way, Baghdad Central. If you're speed farming hits or whatever, I would not do rapid fire. In fact, Rain of Rails is considerably better for speed farming hits. Like Rain of Rails does 90s considerably faster than rapid fire ever could. Even on bosses without ads. It's nuts how like the difference there really is. So rapid fire only really has an advantage on a build like that, for instance, when you're like pushing, but if you're not pushing, if you're not like fishing or whatever like that, then there are a lot of other builds that are really good for like, 80s plus speed farming. And rapid fire is not really good for that. So the thing about it is, do you want to play a build that's only really good for one thing? And that's pit pushing? You know what I'm saying? Like, don't get me wrong. I mean, if you love it, go for it for sure. But like the main reason to make a rapid fire rogue, honestly, is for pushing. That's it. Because every other build does everything else better than what rapid fire can do outside of pushing. And I say that as someone who likes rapid fire, like someone who's been playing rapid fire for a while. That I didn't play much of it this season, but rapid fire was my main for a long time. I'm not trying to bad talk it or anything, but at the same time, it kind of is what it is. Two-minute 110, 120 pit. I mean, that's only useful if the goal is 300 Paragon, I guess. I mean, you get a little bit more XP, I guess. Is TB gonna be good again? TB is good now. Like, there's nothing that should stop you from playing TB now. I mean, generally speaking, what people find valuable is pit 100, right? So like, if the goal is I want to be able to hit pit 100, then yeah, TB can do it now. Yeah, TB can do it now. Really certain there's an XP cap at 101. That is true. Yeah. So yeah, so doing like speed 110 and 120 literally is just more so for clout. You don't gain anything by doing it. You do it because number of pit level look bigger, makes me look like better player, stronger character ish kind of thing, but you get no rewards for doing it. I mean, without min-max like crazy, TB feels really terrible. Well, I mean, it just depends on what you mean by feel really terrible. Like, again, if your goal is to speed farm content, like if you're just trying to speed farm, wait, what I do? Wait a minute. Yeah, like if your goal is, if you're just trying to like speed through T4 and farm stuff like that, then TB feels just fine. But yeah, I mean, you have to min max like crazy to hit 100. Yeah, I mean that's kind of most rogue builds right now. Outside of like maybe like 2 that you can kind of reach 100 without like having to be like super ultra min max or like or really well geared for. So like TB falls in that in the other category. But if you're just wanting to just blast through some like speed pits or Infernal Horrors or Nightmare Dungeons, stuff like that, I mean, you can, TB is good for that without the min-maxing portion of it. I didn't change anything, actually. I just realized that. Kept this from last night, it looks like. The gameplay loop on 65s. So let me ask you a question. So where are you in terms of your gearing is concerned? Because there's a difference between having min-max gearing and then kind of having like base gearing. Like if it feels really bad on 65s, that's like base gear. Like that's like there are like a few people that have done, you know, over 100, like a 101 on TB, poison or alchemical admixture on TB. So there's a huge difference between 65 and then 101. So if 101s is like min-max, then like a decently geared TB should probably be able to speed farm 75, maybe 80. However, obviously there are some builds that require less effort, of course, to get there. But I guess what I'm saying is that TB for all intents and purposes is fine for the current content. Plus with the new buffs coming, should make it feel pretty like a little bit better than it does now. F with the armory and other stuff. I'm wishing for them to add PvP mechanics to Diablo Immortal. They're probably not going to do that because Diablo Immortal is a MMO. So like the way that damage and stuff is constructed in an MMO game is just different than action RPG. Don't get me wrong. I love the way that that PvP is constructed in Diablo Immortal. I really do. Like I think that it's really well done. The mode, that is, maybe not all the pay to win stuff or whatever back in the day, but the mode itself I think is really well done. But that's just not going to, that doesn't just translate over to action RPGs. It just doesn't. At least not the way we would like. I'll put it that way. Though not many double hits in the right step. Yeah, there's probably just a lot that you're missing. But I think what you're wanting to do, Mr. Penn, is you want to be able to like fly through T4 or 65s without too much investment. And on a rogue, that's just probably just not gonna really happen unless you're playing like a few builds. I mean, Dance of Knives still requires a lot of investment for you to be able to speed farm, you know, like 75s or whatever like that. Plus, like it still requires a lot of investment. Barrage, Heartseeker, those still require pretty decent amount of investments for like the higher farms or whatever. So what you're doing on TB for, I guess, the amount of time that you were able to spend is quite normal. Like it's not I'll put this way, it's not TB per se. It's just in general, like if you want to destroy Torment 4 on road, you do have to invest a little bit. So like expect like 12/12 masterworking on all items. You don't need like triple crit on everything perfect, but you do need to, you know, have like your double hits, you know, all the right tempers. 12/12 masterwork for sure. all the right aspects, all the right runes or whatever. You know, the right GAs, I guess, on your items. So like you don't need double GA or anything, but just have the right GA mentioned in the guide and stuff. Like all of those are like pretty vital. 0 to 5 3 75 days and NAS, but TBM really struggling on the level. Okay. Well, fair enough. Ironically enough, though, I think TB actually has an easier time pushing than Dance of Knives does. But I can see your concern. What am I going to do now? What build am I playing now? I'm probably going to just play some. I'm probably just going to do some Barrage. Just some physical spam Barrage for some farming for the remaining of the stream. Precision. Guess we'll do that. I think that's all I gotta do, right? And change these two. They should introduce a better medium for people to showcase their builds instead of just the pit. I agree. I think you were here when I talked about that, right? Like how I would make Inferno Hordes like the actual like testing, like the ultimate test ground for like, you know, pushing your gear and stuff like that. I feel like that would be considerably better than pits. But obviously change it up a little bit though. Like you change it how it works or whatever. But I think Inferno Hordes is a better starting point for stuff like that than pits is with the way that it's currently designed. You're going Windforce, Dance of Knives, Barrage, Victimize Mechanics at me. With the Windforce though, have fun with that. Yeah. I pitched the idea already, Rowan, by the way. I did pitch that idea. Several partners seem to like the idea, but I haven't gotten like any like feedback or response. And even if I did get feedback or response, I can't tell you what they said or what they didn't say or whatever. But I will say that I did pitch the response, or I did pitch the feedback. So I guess we'll kind of see what comes of it. But I'm pretty sure like the PTR stuff is like already done, so maybe they'll consider that at like a later point. I guess I'm fine with my armor being the way it is. All right. What are we gonna do now? I guess I never claimed the head, did I? Take this bow. Are you still on my friends list? I'll try to at least plus 7 more malice. Yeah, but you also got to remember though, like the unique aspect is completely useless on the Victimize build. So you're literally only taking the Windforce for that malice bonus. And if that was the case, I think Mippy would have like already discovered it and tell you to do it by now. If you really felt that that was better. It's just unfortunate, man. It really is just unfortunate. Appreciate the follow. I think there's nothing else for me to do, right? There's nothing else for me to grab. Like I'm missing something. I'm always missing something. No, I think that is it. I don't care about those 7 Paragon points. All right. We'll run some Nightmare Dungeons. Oh, I know what I didn't do. Gotta fix. Oh, I did fix it. Okay, no. Okay, so that's still there. Where did my auto resist go though? It's because I took these pants. I need to fix my runes. Definitely need to fix my runes there. What about Animat Bakum? I guess so, yeah. Roll of a dice on which of these Windforce is a larger pile of ish. All right. Sauce it in the noob. Give me your battle tag. I'll add you after this run. Speaking of which, I guess now that I think about it, on like a spam precision build, actually now that I think about it, like Sky Hunter is roughly worth half the value. Actually, now that I think about it, like a combo point would be a different story, but Sky Hunter, it's like actually worth half the value. So I don't know. There actually might be room for like a Windforce on like a spam barrage, like Intersight barrage. Well, not Intersight, preparation barrage. Speaking of which, forgot to change specializations. I knew I was forgetting something. That explains a lot why my Shadow Clone wasn't coming off a cooldown. Raven Ritual, what's going on? Where is it? Whatchamacallit? There you are. Gonna your sword to 100. Nice, nice. You only got 27. They priced it 100 out of your range, like just right out of your range. And you know they did it on purpose too, right? Of course they did. And those things actually give quite a bit of masterwork materials. Those big dudes. You finally clear 150 on Rogue. No, sorry, 150 in your Spiritborn. Now you're free to play Rogue. What's the goblets here? Oh, lag. Oh, 356 mats. All right, I got you. Sauce. All right. Add friend. Check out this. You may or may not be able to invite me. Maybe. I might have my crossplay feature stuff turned off, so. Would I recommend a pension post-patch? Hell yeah. I absolutely would recommend a pension. Bro, if you can get a pension post-patch, yo, bro, let me know. Please share me that information. In fact, share the information for the chat, man. Like, I think we all want pensions post-patch. Share us your secrets, man. I'm messing with you. What build would I recommend for pin shot? Well, to really be able to take advantage of the changes, you're gonna have to go precision. So like precision pin shot, basically. All right, invite me. How do I feel about Deadly Ambush over No Witness for Victimize? Deadly Ambush no longer double dips. It used to, but not anymore. And No Witness is definitely a bigger buff. Physical precision pin shot with Vortex and the demo critical overpower rune. For sure. Sounds like that can be a thing. All right, what we got here? These are actually some really good. Yeah, these are some really good ones. This one's better, of course. Well, I don't know. This one has the better barrage projectiles for 4%. So actually, honestly, this is probably the better play here. Believe it or not. Is there a guide for this build? Yeah, well, this at least gives me something to work towards, though. Like, this is something that I can actually work on. For the patch change, because I mean, I think all of the unique affixes are retroactive, so that should be fine. With that being said, appreciate it. I guess I won't use both, because in case if this actually becomes good for whatever reason, I'll hold the other one and like give you the other one back. So you're not like, you know, because they're gonna be like, yo, bro, can I get that Windforce back? Is there a guide for this build? Kinda, yeah. Firefly do exclamation mark builds. I think I have it in one of the planners. Yeah, there it is. So the precision barrage is the one that you wanna click on. So click on the yes, it should be the second to the last. The planner is what I'm doing right now. It's actually extremely good for like speed farming. Like, it's extremely chill and good. Just as long as you're not like attempting to push or anything with this, because you don't really want to push with something like this. But if your goal is to do T4 content and do it like, you know, really easy and like style without having to like do much, I guess, this is a really good build for that. I actually prefer it over like any Victimize setups currently. I say currently because that might change next patch. So trying to think of what I want to do. All right, so I say appreciate you. I'm gonna build it as soon as I can get speed farm. It should be a breeze. Also like the interaction between unique chest, pit fire, and smoke grenade, reduce cooldown. Yeah, give it a shot, man. Let me know how that goes when you get it up and running next patch. I am curious to try a few things. Ultimately, I think some of it is just gonna be a bust at the end of the day, but that was a big last spike. I still want to try it though. Looks like the boss is not here. Trying to get a quick whisper. But looks like he's not around. Why am I lagging so much right now? Am I lagging on the stream right now? Like, is it like laggy for y'all? I only started lagging when I switched my whatchamacallit. I'm hoping like nothing happens, but we're gonna disable cross network. And then also I guess turn on the graphics thing because some reason the game is acting kind of weird and I don't feel like disconnecting. Also, that's also very true. You probably did. Like, just been the safe side. We're gonna just reduce the graphics settings because I know exactly what happens in this case when I feel like that kind of lag. About like 15 minutes later, you know, my computer or OBS or whatever the memory leak happens in D4 just destroys my system. Amish Paradise. All right, let's see if the boss is actually there now. He is. Cool. Yeah, so I guess I'm kind of just on farm mode now. Now that there are things I kind of need to try things. So, with that being said, it's not going to stop me from playing like different games this weekend, though. So, I will still play like a different game second half of the stream tomorrow and Sunday and Monday, etc. I guess that we'll start with Diablo 4 and then we'll segue into something. I found the ring and the law animation is done. I told you. I told you. I mean, we've kind of gotten used to it, and it used to be worse. It actually used to be a lot worse. They've actually made it considerably better in terms of like to play with, but it's still awful at the end of the day. Wait, where's the whatchamacallit? Oh, I guess it is happening. It's just it gets looks like it's not. A non-death trap barrage build. Oh yeah, this is just precision barrage spam. Very nice, very good for speed farming. Cool. West Cook, what's going on? Yeah, let's do amulets, yeah. Not a single ancient amulet. Of course not. how many other whispers I can get real quick. I guess we can go ahead and kill Lord Zero real quick. How does pit run look like with this build? Maybe like a tier 85. I did do some tier 85s yesterday with it. Yesterday and the day before yesterday with this. It's kind of like any precision build where like you get through it really quickly still. But then of course your boss time is just going to be based on which pit boss you get, whether you get one with minions or not. Is this physical barrage build somewhere? Yeah. Exclamation mark build. Oh, wait a minute. You're on YouTube. Wait a minute. There you go. Learn how much of a chance we got in Torment 4 for ancestral items. I'm sure someone's probably done the math for You got affiliate? Congrats, man. It's fast and farms very efficiently. Just as long as you're not like trying to like make this like your ultimate push build. Got a stagger, there you go. Oh, actually didn't kill my one stagger. That's actually strange. I must have did something wrong there. Oh well. Back to Nightmare Dungeons, I think. Actually, no. Free whisper there. Bruh. If that is not what I wanted. The rain. There's a boss. Get him. I do wish I had like a faster way to like stagger them. I may consider doing Fist of Fate, as much as I don't like Fist of Fate. Since all my damage is going to be stagger anyway, roughly on bosses, Fist of Fate is probably the better idea. Speaking of which, yeah, let me do that. Have I reached Paragon 380 characters? Well, if I did, then I wouldn't have 282 here. Because Paragon is a global account. Account-wide. But no, I haven't. Most people who have reached 300 by now, or at least who have done it, like within the like a week or two ago, have all kind of played Spiritborn or been in parties with Spiritborn. I'm mostly a solo player and I'm playing Rogue. And I also haven't really been farming for XP. Mostly has been experimenting. But there's nothing that Paragon 300 really gives me. Like, literally, like, if you look at, like right now, like I have 7 Paragon points right now that I'm just not going to spend because there really is nowhere to really spend them right now that makes an actual difference. And that's only at 282 Paragon. I'm going to concede it here. Okay. Alright, so back to Nightmare Dungeons. I'm gonna try. Yeah, I mean, unless you just want the achievement, sure. But in terms of actual worth, there really is none. Like once you get to like Paragon 270-ish, whatever, like you're pretty much done on your Paragon board anyway. In terms of all the important things you want. Past that point, it's just literally clout. I really don't know these Nahantu dungeons that well, so. I kind of want to use Flurry. Wait a minute. This might feel a teeny bit jank, but we'll see. I guess that's not bad actually. Since it also spends energy. They finish out with have better single target damage with the new changes coming. I mean, a little bit better. It's not gonna be night and day difference, but it will be a little better with the. Mainly with the change to elite damage or whatever. On like the passive, I think that's actually pretty good. But we'll see. Since they made it so hard to get a mount at 300. Honestly, I don't really think a mount should have really been like in a cosmetic, and the mount should have really been attached to 300 Paragon, to be honest with you. It should just be an achievement, and then that's kind of it. I think it should be difficult to get to 300 for sure, but I don't know if a mount should have been attached to it though. That's my whatchamacallit. A fairly long dungeon. Thoughts on patch notes? It's okay. A lot of it is really just number buff. You know, bigger number go boom, kind of sort of thing. But then there are a few mechanical changes I like the Victimize change, where it's now going to proc considerably more often, which is going to make Victimize builds feel a lot better, like significantly better. Because that was one of the issues I had. I mean, one of the main complaints I had with it. So that's actually a really dope change. The alchemical admixture change is actually pretty nice too as well. Pinch shot buffs look interesting, since they actually gave pinch shot a little bit of a single target buff, or elite damage buff, I guess you could say. So we'll kind of see how that goes. Why are some mounts faster than others? It shouldn't be. All mounts should be the same speed. Which mounts are faster? Vanilla, what's going on? Just start a fight. Don't tell me about it, because I do want to watch it later. People already tried spoiling it in the chat for me or whatever. I know, like I don't have any high expectations for it, but I still want to see it myself. Let's go this way. I didn't miss anything over here, but I did. You know what didn't get any buffs or touched at all? Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone got nothing. Like legit, literally nothing. That's so bad. I just thought about that. It's a this still the Renovator's build. No, this is just Barrage. I have no idea where I'm going. Although this build's a lot of fun too as well. So trying to build rain is mythic variable better than regular build. Well, the mythic variation is gonna always be better than the ancestral variation. It's just not. You don't have to do the mythic, but mythic will always be better. Will always perform better. It's something that you work yourself towards, if that makes sense. They must be lost when it comes to Shadow Clones. I'm sure there are. I hope we see something with Shadow Clones next season, man. Like big time.
All manner of creatures assail me, and I have encountered far more monsters than them. And yet, in these days, I sense the comforting light of hope amidst the darkness. Somehow, there is something hiding here. And surely,
If you can use my whatchamacallit. I'm gonna go this way. Okay, race cushion right now. Boss strats haven't been great lately. Yeah. If you're like, I guess the mythic variation won't make you less squishy. But if you do feel squishy, it's probably because you're not really getting much of a barrier uptime. Make sure that you do have second wind active more often. Basically a barrier, like a little light blue thing up here. Like that's basically the majority of rogue's toughness. So when that when that drops, you do feel a little glassier. So it encourages you to be a little aggressive when you're playing to keep the barrier up. What kind of helm is that?
How shall I guide my hammer?
Alright, we need to start gambling for swords again.
Too bad, friend. Better than starting from nothing.
I need new victimize weapons.
All finished, are you?
Mm. Inferno, what's going on? I never know what the right way is to go. Okay, I was like, every time I think I'm gonna right way, I'm gonna go the other way because there's usually like a secret room somewhere. So I'm always having to backtrack on the Haunter dungeons for the most mass possible. Is what it feels like. DJ, comedy, what's happening? What's got for work? Must have been well, yeah. Tonight's Friday, so did you get a good gig tonight, or how easy it is to set the random rails build? Pretty easy, especially since the amulet is a lot easier to get than like regular build amulets or whatever. But you do need a Beastfall, Boots, Sword of Khan, and Sky Hunter. Those are the 3 requirements. And resourceful elixir. But like, those are pretty easy to obtain. Just to get the build started. I really like Flurry in this build though. I think Flurry really helps. Kind of get around a bit more. Versus having like Shadow Step. Where's the treasure room? That must be it up there. So can you put a Flurry 2024 out of your line? Sure can. For the patch note, should we be decided for what's coming for rogue buffs? I think it'll be fun playing around with a couple of things. But most of it is really more so just number go up stuff. For things that were already pretty good on rogue, or builds that were already pretty good. But I think it'll keep us busy for like about a week and a half, I guess, maybe, of like experimenting and things before we're back to kind of doing mostly the same old things. We might find like a diamond in the rough with pen shot, or Windforce might find or might have something decent going along for it if something gets bugged with it, as you know, tends to be the case with Blizzard in most in most cases. So maybe we might see a slight change in, like, you know, towards the top builds, but technically the strongest build got the biggest buffs. So there is that. I might have a Royal Combat. I don't know where to get the other two uniques. So the Sky Hunter comes from Lord Z. Sorry, Vershawn. So farm Vershawn, boss for the Sky Hunter. And then Beastfall boosts come from, I believe, Beast Nice. About the rapid fire damage per time. It's not just the damage per se. It's just that there's 4 different buffs that they gave rapid fire. So all of those combined equate to about double the rapid fire damage total. So almost 100% more damage on rapid fire. So it got the biggest buff, ironically, out of all the rogue builds, rogue skills. Why? I don't know. Yeah, I'm like so low on those masks, man. Speaking of which, though, let's see what we got. Any new whispers I want to try to go for? Answer is no. So we'll do Infernal Horde. Oh, Dorio's a whisper. We'll get him next time. Thought TB got the biggest buff. Nah, rapid fire did. TB's buff is, I'd say TB probably got the second biggest buff, followed by Pen Shot, very close by Pen Shot. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Poison TB. I know. Poison TB, but technically got 4 buffs. So yeah, there is that. Now give me some mats. It's mostly the masterworking mass, the OBDs that I'm kind of low on, more than anything else. Rogue can be any better at the patch. Well, yeah, I mean, all they did was buff. They didn't nerf anything. They just buffed quite a few things. So naturally, if a lot of things get buffed, then rogues will be a little better. Lagging again. Encoder overload, really? Well, I'm like lagging. A lot, actually. I think I might need to restart my game because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get my computer's gonna freeze. I kind of gonna wait until after the whatchamacallit though. Anyways, if I crash, it's because the memory leak thing or whatever. Just so therefore you guys know ahead of time. Quite a bit the bit rate there. Let me see if I can turn it down there. 4K, see if that actually helps. From 8K on the YouTube side of things. It might free me up a little bit or something. Which is the strongest road build this season. There's a lot of A-tier builds for Road. You might have to ask you some questions before I answer that for you. What are you trying to do in the game? Like, what are your goals? Because that's knowing what you're trying to do and telling you which builds would be best for those goals is going to be way more important than telling you which one puts out the biggest numbers. Because a build being able to put out the most damage in the second doesn't necessarily mean it's great for all content. This build is so good for hordes. Yeah, I'm lagging a lot too, man. There's my song. But I've been low key. Paid it on, but No more bills and no cheats. Mad at me because I can finally afford to provide my family with groceries. Having a wall full of plaques hanging up in the office in the back of my house like trophies. Oh please, bow down on both knees. Who you think taught you to smoke trees? Who you think brought you the ODs? Easy E's, Ice Q's and DMC's, and the Dukes Neo Double D's, and the group that said fuck the police. When your album sells but too good, what the doctor that told you to go see? Y'all better listen up closely. Y'all the reason I dread ain't been getting no sleep, so fuck y'all, all y'all. Y'all don't like me, blow me. Y'all gonna keep fucking around with me and turn me back to the old me. Nowadays, everybody wanna talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out with the mood of this. Stick a fucking gibberish and motherfuckers act like you forgot about dread. It's so laggy. Slim Shady. How did I see the twin babies? Sorry, Doc, but I've been crazy. There's no way that you can save me. That's okay, go with him, Haley. I'm getting sick, so my voice is kind of cracking a little bit or like stuffy. If it was up to me, you motherfuckers would start coming up to me with your hands out, looking up to me like you want something free. My last CD was out, you wasn't bumping me. But now that I got this new company, everybody want to come for me like I was some disease. I'm no gangster. Who you think helped mold them all? Now you want to run around talk about guns like I ain't got none. Like you think I sold them all? What, you think I'm alive and pen in the pad trying to get this damn label off? I ain't having that. This is the millennium of aftermath. It ain't gonna be nothing after that. So give me one more platinum, fuck rap. You can have it that. It's where all the man rappers at. It's like a jungle in this habitat. You was cuddling a cabbage patch. You know how hard it is to like recite, like to like sing lyrics to a song while trying to stutter step? Like a whole different rhythm with your hands and a different rhythm with your mouth at the same time. It's actually really challenging. Did Torchlight ever reach out to me? No. Nope. It's the Blizzard overlords making sure you don't give away the Oompa Loompa secrets. I know for me, I like how what you're playing now, the ability to be able to solo and carry with good numbers. That's when we can get boring. I started Rogue last season right before it ended, and it really started to feel, or started like it, so I gave it a shot after Spiritborn. The fact that your main Rogue is pretty dope. Thanks, man. Yeah, like, I mean, I've been Rogue since day one. Nothing's gonna like bring or keep me away from that per se. Don't get me wrong, I had every intent on playing Spiritborn this season, but like when like after seeing how ridiculously broken they ended up being, I kind of lost interest. So I kind of want to play them like when they get, you know, fixed, toned down, I guess. Ugh, man, the lag. I even trying to bit my bit rate and everything. It's got to be the game, for sure. Oh, that wasn't decoy this time. That's somebody else. Almost thinking about nah, not really that. Let me log off and relog back on. What up, Lord Nitro? What's happening, bro? And pretentious pairings, what's happening? D4 crash. You lost your Shaco. It was replaced with some random helm, and I had the runes back in my inventory. Oof. I want an easy build. Easy sort of build. I could speed farm tier 85s or 90 pits and still speed farm all the content, so I can get good gear for every build. Whichever build can push high pits, because I like to at least do 100, maybe 105. So like most rogue builds cannot just easily farm 85s and 90s. So when you say like easy to set up for 85 90s, that's like you're asking for a lot on rogue. At least currently. You know, when the new patch comes out, it'll be a little easier to do that on most builds without much requirement. But like you're gonna need to be pretty well geared to speed farm 85s or 90s on rogue with maybe like maybe two builds, maybe three builds can do that, but you have to be really well geared for that. So, I mean, easy to set up is one thing. Like there are a few that aren't difficult to set up, but you're still gonna have to like invest in the build to be able to speed farm rogue. At least at the tiers that you want to do it. I put it that way. Let me relog on and see, make sure. What else is taking up a lot of my? Why is there so many of that? All right, let's put the game back up again. Disannihilate could have been a great farm build. It is a great farm build. It just depends on like what your expectations are. Like honestly, Disannihilate is probably the best rogue speed farm rogue build. But that is T4 content up to about like maybe pit 80 roughly. You want a speed farm higher than pit 80, then you need to switch to either Random Barrels or Flurry or Overpower Flurry, one of the two. But weren't you easily farming like T80, 90 pits? I was doing T90. I farmed T90s on Random Barrels, but the thing about it is that the difference is that you said you want an easy to set up build. So when you say easy to set up, my assumption is that, you know, just throw something together, I guess, like some pretty mediocre gear and then farm pit 90s. Like that's not going to happen. Is it hard to set up? No, but you're going to have to like still get the right GAs, you know, with the right masterworkers and stuff like that to be able to speed farm 85s, 90s like that. So yes, it can do speed, you know, speed farm or speed tier 90s, but you have to understand, I've been playing Random Barrels for like weeks, almost a month. So like, you gotta, you know, imagine that my gear is pretty well put together for like to be able to do that. Like, if you're just starting it, you're not gonna be able to like jump right in and doing what I'm doing, if that makes sense. It is pretty easy to play, and it's easy to get the gear for. I'll put it that way. How much damage is 100 million? 1 billion. Sorry, 1,000 million is 1 billion. By easy to set up, I mean not requiring loads of GA gear. Okay. Well then, yeah, Random Barrels does meet that requirement. But like I said, if you're basing it off of, I'll put it this way, no build on Rogue is going to be able to farm T85 90s without GA gear. That's just not going to happen. But there are builds that are easy to set up that will perform pretty well in general without GA gear. But your metric of speed farming T90s is just not going to happen on any rogue build without some serious investment into the build. That's what I'm saying. Ava, what's going on? I see you, man. I see you over there. I gotta get you a VIP tag, man. So therefore you stand out. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. This is around the time frame where it's, you know, trying to figure out how to segue into other different types of content, aka games or whatever. But play just enough D4 to where I interest the audience I do have, but also segue into like a different game or something the second half of my stream, so I can keep the sanity for the rest of the season. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. Like tomorrow, I'll be playing a different game the second half of the stream. I guess I haven't announced what yet. I'm thinking about testing PoE 2 to see if I can do what I do in D4, but there too, just a lot to catch up on. I'm sure the community would like a person like you there. I will be trying PoE2 though, so I will be playing the early access, but that's still a little ways away. Definitely gonna need something to take to fill some time and space until then. The mid-season patch might keep me busy for about a week, maybe, in terms of like interest on my end. With the new patch, Victimize coming back into builds. What do you mean coming back into builds? So that like the builds that have already used Victimize will continue to still use Victimize, but there won't be any new Victimize builds now. Or, you know, like we're not gonna all of a sudden start doing pin shot Victimize or rapid fire Victimize or rain of arrows Victimize or anything of that nature. So whatever that was using Victimize before will still be using Victimize. Honestly, keep in mind, guys, like the damage buff for like Victimize is very small. Like it's pretty small. The biggest deal with the Victimize buff is or the Victimize change is the fact that they're lowering the ICD. That's the biggest thing. So don't look at the number from 120 to 150%. That's really not. That's kind of peanuts. The biggest deal with that is them lowering the ICD. That's gonna make Victimize feel a lot better to play with and a lot better to speed farm with. So your speed farming efficiency is going to go up a lot because of the ICD, them lowering the ICD, and you're not like over killing on 0.5 second ICD burst or whatever. So no, we're not gonna have any, you know, brand new Victimize builds coming out of that. But it will feel a lot better to play. Like Victimize will feel a lot better to play. That's the biggest takeaway. Heartseeker good again. Heartseeker's really not bad though. Like Heartseeker's not bad. Like, just because it's not Rogue's best build doesn't mean it's not it's a bad build. With my second half of the stream tomorrow be multiplayer or single player? Probably multiplayer. Among Us incoming. I actually did play that a couple of times with like Rax and Seattle Witch or whatever. That's actually quite a bit of fun. A couple of times we played it like together. It's great when you get like a bunch of streamers together to do it or whatever. Will there be a chance of you watching you split Peace with Wiz and tell them to get good? I don't think I'll be playing those kind of games. Not like that. Nah. I need like fighting games for that. Like fighting games or FPS for that. Which I probably won't do, I think. It'll be more... Honestly, I'm probably going to start out with more nostalgia type gaming. So stuff that like will hit you in the feels. You'll be like, yo, I remember that game kind of thing, but like a remix of it. I think it kind of fits the vibe of the stream where like a lot of my music, my playlist, you know, kind of like brings you back to the 90s, right? Or whatever. Metro, yeah. So I think it'll be kind of fitting. Half-Life, probably more Metro than that, honestly. I'll give you a hint. I'm probably gonna dive into like some beat 'em ups, like side scroller beat 'em ups or whatever, to start with, and then I'll kind of go from there. I love roguelikes. Be too easy. I played Hades. I played Dead Cells. I played Risk of Rain. I played Returnal. Returnal was actually one of my favorites. After Hades, of course. I didn't beat Returnal yet though. Although I've gotten very far. Like, you know, I've beaten the fake endings, I guess you could say, but not the true ending. Windblown's a new game by Dead Cells Dev. I've heard of it. I have it on my wish list. So we'll see. We'll get there. But I love roguelikes. Those are my that's my favorite genre outside of action RPGs. And then fighting games would be the third. Close third. Tough game, yeah. I love that's why I like roguelikes. They're very punishing, but they're skill based, and that's the biggest thing. The skill base, they're quick, requires, you know, good hand dexterity. Definitely my type of game to play. But yeah, Windblown is definitely on my wish list. BD2, yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, I think like whenever I play Hades and Hades 2, I feel like there's enough depth there with the story and like the fact that there's always something interesting no matter whether you fail, like you pass or fail a run or whatever, that I don't mind not having like a set build or a deeper progression, I guess, if that makes sense. But there's enough to chew on regardless. You know what I mean? Like, I was just blown away by the fact that when I played the first Hades, that no matter how many hours I spent playing it, like, whether I passed or failed or whatever, like, the monologue was always different. Like, it never repeated for me. So like, it was always fresh every time I played. Usually it's me getting roasted, but you know, you get the point, right? Like it was always like each run or setting up for a run just felt a little different going into it because it was, you know.
Potato, potato,
Decoy.
Potato. Hey.
That's it. That's all I got from that. That must have been like a really bad run. Just think about it. It would be better if there was builds and an actual end game. I mean, I think that would actually take away from like what makes roguelike so special though, in a sense. But I mean, if there was a game, but I guess if there was a developer that chose to make a game like an action or like a typical isometric action RPG per se, with the gameplay of a roguelike, but the progression of an action RPG, I guess you can do that. Like that could work pretty well. Yeah, D4 bad. Bye. Thanks for the support, Maker. We need those opinions though. Like it's been really, that perspective has been very dry in the recent. All these are. You ever play Enclave? No, I haven't. You how about Iron Wolf Call from Rainer and Pinshot new buff interaction? I already do Iron Wolf. Well, I put this way. Like whenever I play Pinshot, I always do Iron Wolf anyway. But yeah, I feel like that's kind of like the way to go for Pinshot. Yay, we have to get Hellborn early. Number 5 got buff? Yeah, sure did. It got 4 different buffs. If I was a backwards skill, so tell Blizzard to buff it. You're welcome. Oh man. The joys of rapid fire still running into the exact same problems it did before, just 5 tiers higher. So instead of being, you know, mad at pit 113, you're gonna be mad at pit 118. But it is a mid-season patch, so I can't expect too many mechanical changes. But, but yeah. The +5 misses. Pretty much. My favorite change is probably the Victimize one, where they're lowering the ICD significantly. Like that's gonna feel a lot better. Therefore, and also give speed farming quite a bit of a bump because of the ICD change. Because a lot of times you were overkilling anyways, having to wait for a backload of damage to happen. So that's gonna feel great. Pinch shot buffs are interesting. And the Windforce still probably isn't gonna see much use, but I'm gonna try to make it work on a preparation precision barrage, because there might be a case for it on that, but it means I have to use Fist of Fate, I think, to make a case for it, I think. But we'll see. Forcing me to go for leveling. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Is that when they buffed it, it's like way past early game now, right? Mid-season, like practically everybody's at the end game we're on their way to. So, and then of course most people at this point is just probably getting carried for leveling, so like if you can get a Starless, guys, I have an idea for a TB plus Flurry build. What you gonna do? Praying those Legion buffs Like Legion, material haven. So what was the buff to legions now? I think if there was one, I think I probably like overlooked it. Haven't played Vessel yet. How is Rogue feeling compared to with Spiritborn after patches? Nothing compares to Spiritborn. No class, no nothing compares to, not even close to Spiritborn. Like, not even close. It is practically impossible to match Spiritborn's output without, like, nerfing the bugs or fixing the bugs of Spiritborn. You just can't. There's more mass and legions for the patch notes. Oh, no one knows what the buff is? Well. Okay. Didn't know that. There's more just because of damage bugs. Yep, pretty much. Let me. It's kind of like old Victimize, not even close. No. Because new Victimize is actually stronger than old Victimize on Rogue right now, and it's nowhere near Spiritborn. No class is anywhere near Spiritborn. Let me paint a picture for you. Okay. Spiritborn has the output as 100,000 times the output of the second strongest class in the game. 100,000 times the output of the second strongest class in the game. Yeah. Like, when I say it's not even close, I mean legit, it's not even close. If you want me to give you another real world scenario, since I like to use real world scenarios, you have a better chance of racing a jet, okay, with a minivan than you would being able to match the damage output of Spiritborn on any class. If you want a real world example, there you go. Yes, the minivan. So there's a jet. Fun fact though, actually the Dodge Caravan back in like the early 2000s had like some of the best acceleration, like one of the best acceleration of any stock car in that price range. Fun fact. But anyways, yes. I put my money on the minivan over the road. Yeah, pretty much. Me too, actually. Tell me about someone on Reddit did a calculation of Spiritborn's damage done in 2 seconds equals that of Rogue doing it in 9 days nonstop. Holy. That's bad. That's a very good that's yeah. That's crazy to think about. I probably asked 100 times, but what do you think of the rogue changes in the patch? Think the buffs for densive knives will make it stronger to be able to reliably do 100 pits? No. Reliably, Well, I guess it just depends on what your version of reliably is. I mean, like every time that you key in 100, you can do it in a reasonable amount of time. The answer is no.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
I mean, you can still do the 100, but you're gonna have to like fish a little bit for it, and also snapshot, and probably do the cursed version of the build. So it's gonna feel awful to play. Still, the Desert buffs are like practically almost non-existent. It's like 1 pit tier, maybe if that. Maybe slightly higher. I would say Dancer Knives got the short end of the stick when it comes to the skill buffs. But anyways, sorry to give you my, I guess, analysis on the patch. I think it's okay on Rose. It's a lot of, I guess, what I expected, which is number buffs. You know, make number go up, right? Which I guess is going to make it easier for like the average person to try to, you know, get closer to doing a pit 100 or leveling their glyphs or whatever. Which I think that's kind of the point of what they were trying to achieve with this patch for mid-season. The buffs that I kind of like were like the mechanical changes or whatever. Like the alchemical ag mixture got a buff, but also got a mechanical change to the actual key passive itself, which I think is more important because it changes the way you build that key passive. So it's still poison, you know, build base or whatever, which is unfortunate, but at least you don't have to have all three imbuements kind of sort of to like play that particular key passive, which is nice. Victimize got a mechanical change where they are going to significantly lower the ICD, the burst or whatever, which is going to feel a lot better. Like stuff like that I like, because it changes the way that you do stuff versus, oh, you know, number go a little bigger kind of thing, which doesn't really interest me, honestly. However, Penshot got a couple of buffs, one to single target or more single target focused stuff, which is kind of nice, but we'll kind of see how that really plays out. Windforce also got a pretty hefty buff, but there's just really no room for Windforce, honestly, on Rogue. Given the nature of our key passives and what Windforce actually does. Windforce is actually a good weapon. It's just the one aspect in which you would want to Windforce for, the Victimized key passive doesn't care about your damage, which sucks. So, but I hope next season they drop the snapshot and just pump the skill. It feels bad for sure. There's been mixed opinions on the snapshotting thing. I've talked to many people about it. There are a few people who really want to keep it and feel like it's like a thing that, you know, kind of like a skillful thing, I guess. Like a skillful mechanical sort of thing. But then there's others who don't like the snapshot at all. All right, BD. You have a good one. So like, I don't know. There's two separate camps on that. I don't really play Dance with Knives a lot, so I don't really have a dog in the fight, honestly. But my opinion should, you know, it's always a skill should be able to function or perform well without it being necessary to snapshot or apply said hidden-ish, somewhat hidden-ish mechanics, whatnot. So snapshotting should be something that's a choice. If you want to enhance your play or whatever like that, that gives you a slight boost or whatever. When it becomes mandatory for a build to be able to perform well, like, you know, it gives a huge boost or whatever, then I feel like that's not good for the skill, because then it becomes a must. You have to, and then those kind of mechanical workings are no longer a choice, but almost a mandatory if you want the build to feel good to play. And that's kind of my stance on it. Right now, the snapshotting stuff or whatever feels mandatory, and that's what I don't like about it. I'll put it that way. It's almost like the idea of like stutter stepping is mandatory, like becomes mandatory on like all rogue builds or all builds. It's like if you don't stutter step all the time, 100% of the time, then all your builds no longer like, you know, you're doing like 15 tiers of pit below. You know what I mean? Like that's not. I don't think that'd be fair to require, or for, you know, for a build to be considered, you know, maybe A tier or whatever, that you have to stutter step for it to happen. If you don't stutter step, it's all of a sudden F tier. Like, that's not cool. Like, I like where stutter stepping is right now. Like, you know, it helps you, it gives you, you know, a little bit of advantages of being able to move around and a little bit more efficiency, and I can gear a little glassier because I can dodge things, but it's in no way required. And I feel like snapshot should be snapshotting or whatever should be a similar things. Where am I going? Ugh. I got frozen again twice. Oof. I find too much trash, honestly. On the way. The 80s actually didn't feel too bad. Or the 80 didn't feel too bad. This. This is actually really fun, actually, to play on the 80s. Like 80s is like the sweet spot for fun slash I still gotta pay attention sorta ish. Teeny bit. But is this precision barrage, preparation precision barrage. At this point, patch that we'll get a huge meta shift and something else to grind for. So I kind of knew we weren't gonna get anything else new to grind for, but in terms of like a huge meta shift, I was hoping they would take more risks too. But I guess they're saving that for next season. This season was just kind of getting the expansion out and all the new content and whatever in a decent place or whatever, I guess. I'm assuming season 7 is when they're gonna actually like take the time to, yes, be a little bit more risky, I guess. Like really change things up. But it sucks though, because I was hoping for a little bit more from the mid-season patch as well. But it is what it is.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
It's sad you can't enjoy it right now. Just have to wait. Now this is definitely gonna take more than a 3 stagger thing. Yep. Blood Bishop. I wonder if I can get I don't know. I guess Vex might only give me like a teeny bit more damage. I was like maybe get slot Vex over like Dash or something. I can gain like I don't know, like anywhere between 15 to 18% more damage that way, maybe somewhere around that range. Maybe not. Well, I guess yeah, that much because I don't really have I have Fist to Face, so I don't have any core skill ranks there.
What's still got some good in it? Use it well.
I guess there's no harm in trying it, or actually even getting rid of where is Vex? Hmm. 1,000. I forgot it's 1,000. So I wonder if like Hawk would be a better I'm talking about 4 times a second. So you're looking at like I have it up for 7 seconds with my second. I might be able to get a little bit more if I did Pac. I don't know. Let's go to Key Overshed. Before bundles on sale, 35% of the biggest. They'll go lower on Black Friday or in Christmas. Honestly, I doubt it. To be honest. I think about the Passion General buff and Dario, but I don't think. But I don't know what does it mean from 3,000 to 4,000. No tool tip, and Angie says that. So it's about a 25% damage increase, roughly. So it's not going to really shake up much for Andy's. We're at 600, right? I might have to refer to my whatchamacallit, my calculator. Chemical advantage and high velocity are the same, are saying the same cap. Should be fine though. Yeah, I feel about that. Definitely sacrificing some defense for some damage there. A lot of defense actually, and I'm also under armor cap, so that doesn't help. All right, well, YOLO. But haven't been happy with Blizzard. Won't be returning for D4 for season 6 or season 7. Have you played any of the previous seasons though, Monkey Magic, like season 5 or season 4 by chance? Yeah. Did you like any of those seasons or no? Oh, Vampire was season 2. There's a reason why I said season 4 and season 5. Just because the first 3 seasons were pretty lackluster. With the exception of season 2-ish. Slither is such a bad boss for this tier. Of course. I didn't really see like I didn't really feel threatened not having Dark Shroud actually. But to be honest, every season about halfway through, half of the felt last year when I had things to do as they're grinding in case anything nonstop gets boring. To be honest with you, Monkey Magic though, I guess reading it, looking at it that way, that's every action RPG. Like no action RPG keeps you. No action RPG through a season, through a new season, keeps you interested for the full 3 months. It's just impossible to really churn out enough content to keep people grinding for hours and hours for 3 months straight, except for like the few people that do it for like content per se, and in the sense. So that's not going to change for any action RPG. If you make it through mid-season, then the season technically was successful. Because most action RPGs usually, like in the first 3 or 4 weeks, the majority of the player base is gone, no matter how good the season really is. Just because simply there just isn't enough to really do. Now, what I will say is that your frustrations, like in terms of which season you're playing, will determine whether or not you want to deal with the frustrations till the mid-season, in which you inevitably leave to go do something else, right? I think that's the difference there. So my thing is, I will probably check up. I would check out like the PTR, like so, like before investing into like a new season or a different season. I will always check out the PTR first, just to kind of see what's coming. Like I'll play the PTR, and I'll kind of give you an idea of what to expect for the next season. If all those things kind of seem cool, then of course you will have fun, I guess, for that season for about a month or whatever, just like you did in the previous seasons, and then you will inevitably play something different. But yeah. Yeah, if you're getting about 5 weeks of entertainment out of a season, then that's a good case scenario. I'll put it that way. As crazy as that sounds, that's actually a good case scenario. Kind of want to throw in accelerating, but
anything could be lucky.
I think the Mikey J fight was rigged. I haven't seen it yet, so I have no idea. I do plan on seeing it, so like don't talk about it, but I do plan on seeing it, so like don't obviously don't talk about it, but.
Anything could be lucky.
I do plan on seeing it, so like don't obviously don't talk about it, but. I do plan on seeing it, so like don't obviously don't talk about it, but. I do plan on seeing it, so like don't obviously don't talk about it, but. But I don't have high expectations because it's a celebrity fight. It's literally designed to promote and make money. That's pretty much it. I don't expect a legitimate boxing match by any means, even if it does include Mike Tyson. This was a slow run because everything's so spread out. This build looks so fun in LP. This build better than Rain of Arrows. It's not stronger than Rain of Arrows, no, but it is a lot of fun to play. When is new patch rolling out? Next Thursday. Oh, come on, I didn't get it. But I mean, if you like a build like this, I mean, just play it. It doesn't have to necessarily be like for like the content that you do. I mean, it's really just about the fun factor. Like if you don't plan on doing like, you know, 110 plus piss or something like that, then you don't have to choose Rain of Arrows or Rapid Fire or whatever. Rain of Arrows is easy to build. I mean, honestly, a lot of Rain of like a lot of this pretty much shares a lot of similar gears to Rain of Arrow because it's also a precision build. So it was actually really easy to make this kind of on the spot. Right now, I'm just kind of messing around with different things. I'm gonna go accelerating and go max out attack speed here, so I can get my Vex thing to happen. Maybe opinion on rogues, but what I think about the barbs, about some barbs and druid. I actually didn't even read the buffs on bars and druid because I had no intent on really playing either one of those this season. I thought about doing druid this season, maybe, but I didn't even look at their patch notes. Do I plan on playing Heartseeker or try Heartseeker back after the next patch? Yeah, I plan on playing both Heartseeker and Barrage, Victimize builds. Also, Precision Barrage, Precision Pin Shot, yeah, I've been trying a bunch of stuff. I wonder what breakpoint am I at, man? Because like I'm attacking extremely fast right now. That's AoE. Are you playing it with Victimize? Because Victimize gives it a lot of AoE, or a decent amount of AoE. It'll be better next patch because there will be lower in the ICD, so that's gonna make both Barrage and Heartseeker Victimize feel a lot better. Yo, this attack speed is nuts. Hopefully it actually allows me to kind of keep my Vex rune up longer, which is the reason why I'm doing it. I don't even have Dark Shroud in this build anymore. Freaking Slither, or sorry, Seething High Master. There we go. The boss will get the minions out. I wonder if I switch the whatchamacallits, would that help? I'll switch do Pac instead of Vex at this attack speed. Do you think there's a Nas plus Endarius with a buff could be a thing? No. Keep in mind the Endarius buff is like slightly like 1 pit tier. So if it's not a thing now, it's probably not gonna be a thing then.
My hammer sings on your return.
Is Twisted Blaze any good this season? It's actually pretty decent this season, but you gotta gear it out well though. Trying to find a good build to farm T85. Well, honestly, Rain of Arrows is probably the second best rogue speed. I'll put it this way: for farming T90s, I think Rain of Arrows is probably the best rogue build for like T85, T90 farming.
I forge more than horseshoes.
The thing is that you have to have a different mindset when you're farming with Rain of Arrows. You don't stick around. Like you fire like 2 casts of Rain of Arrows and then you go to the next target. You don't wait for the waves to hit. If you wait for the waves to hit, then you're wasting time. So you have to kind of trust your damage after like getting like 2 or 3 rounds of Rain of Arrows, and then you go to the next patch. And then you can farm with good gear. You can farm 90s in like 3 minutes on Rain of Arrows. So it's definitely fast, but you have to take a leave the area approach after you cast a few random rails. Don't just stick around and wait for stuff to die and then go to the next patch, because you just wasted like 4 seconds, 4 or 5 seconds per pack, per area, which is unnecessary. But it's different though, because most builds don't work like that. So most people don't play like that because they're unaware that you can do that. Go Pac here. And then do Monty. Okay.
There is magic in all things. Let me show
We'll look
you.
at throw conceited here. Throw high velocity here. Yep, never get used to the slow incoming. Well, I mean, you're not around to see it though, right? So, what is there to get used to? Literally, you fire it and then you move. You're not even looking. You don't even know how slow it is because you can't see it. It's behind you. And then when you're on a boss, like basically it's just a 2-second delay, but you see a bunch of random rails while on the boss at that point. But I get you though. But yeah, I mean, you can definitely try for other builds, but I think you might be a little disappointed in terms of the power, because random rails power is just quite ridiculous at that tier for speed farming. You have to kind of go a little bit lower if you want to speed farm other builds. I think like the only other build that comes close at that tier for speed farming would be OP Flurry, but that requires a lot of button pushing and mashing. But it is instant damage per se, but you're kind of stuck in like, you're like stuck standing still the entire time until stuff dies, but it's hella strong. Let's try this. Let's see how I feel about this. Will overpower Twisting Blades be possible? It is possible. Imagine if random rails had overpower. And I mean, if you were able to turn random rails into an overpower build, I think it would feel rather clunky. I wouldn't trade off the smoothness of random rails for orange numbers, to be honest, even if it was a little stronger. In that case, I might as well just play OP Flurry. If I'm gonna deal with what I feel is clunky to play. Like Reneville's has swag right now. Hella swag, and I would not want to give that up. Personally, I wouldn't want to give it up. You have to Veda young Mormon filter. Seething High Master again. Trying to think of what else I can do. What the hell? Just do it just cause. You love Dex? Let's go back to Retribution.
My magics await your return.
And Twisting Blade guys, why is there so much things to do with poisoning damage? Does that mean that poison does damage and not Twisting Blades? Yes. Inferno Dragon, yeah, exactly. It's a poison build. So most of your damage is actually coming from poison. That's quick. Yo, can I get some other Rift Guardians though? Like I got like the same two over and over. So I haven't really felt a need to really use Dark Shroud, but I don't really have another rune I really want to use. I would like to use in place of it though. Like, I'm not even armor cap, nor do I have Dark Shroud at all. And I've never felt like I was in danger. Is poison damage the only viable setup for Twisting Blades? At the moment, yes. You can't do it. There is no crit damage Twisting Blades build because the only way that you can really do a crit damage build on Rogue is if you. Well, I'm gonna say crit damage build. There is an overpower build for twist that you can do for Twisting Blades. But that's really hard to build for and quite a bit different. But if you want, like, precision builds is kind of what your base crit damage builds off of. And Twisting Blades cannot proc precision. So you either have to go with, like, momentum, in which you can either do vulnerable or crit damage. Doesn't really matter. But, like, the thing is that, like, Twisting Blades by itself, even with the buffs, just I don't really know how to really say it. Like you can do Twisting Blades without it, but like Twisting Blade scales, it just scales pretty well with poison imbuement because of its somewhat higher base damage. But there are no really good key passes outside of alchemical admixture that really helps Twisting Blades. Like I said, you can do it, but I just think that you're not gonna be happy with the results.
What's left, you ask?
You don't like poison builds? Understood. I'm not the big fan of poison builds either. The overpowered setup is basically the same thing as Flurry. So like you look for an OP Flurry setup, and instead of doing it with Flurry, you just do it with Twisting Blades, basically. It's mostly the same stuff, just Twisting Blades tempers instead of Flurry tempers kind of thing. But I don't have like a personal setup for that. I'm sure there's probably somebody who's done like a direct damage Twisting Blades build somewhere. I don't think we have that on Maxroll, if I'm not mistaken. Woody Joe might have a direct damage Twisting Blades build like on one of his planners. But if I was to play Twisting Blades, I would do direct damage as well. I just haven't like done it. If that makes sense. But if I did do it, that's how I would build it myself as well. Even if it's not as strong as going poison. Wait, what else did I get rid of? Yeah, selling this. Oh, no, I guess I didn't have to. Alright. This be the last run. Although I think I'm gonna go back to the rune I had before though. But go back to Vex. Opacity 0. I actually just saw your comment. Sorry, is that this is streamer naturally or that? I thought I was using filters. Definitely filters for sure. Like this feels a lot more fun to play with the the additional going up quite a few breakpoints in the attack speed spectrum there. It might be a little weaker than going more damage or whatever, but the fun factor. That's a terrible map layout. Yeah, this is just so much fun to do. Air petitioner, okay for random rails build. You can, I guess. But Cal is just gonna be considerably better. It's really not even close, honestly. But if you don't have Cal, then yeah, air petition is the next best thing. No, I can't take those hits without Dark Shroud though. I forgot I didn't have Dark Shroud. Same thing. Can't do that. Actually, that hurt. That actually really hurt. Yeah, I've got an air petition. Don't know what to do with it. There are some other rogue builds that use it. Just not rain of arrows. Of course. Oh, he didn't spawn any minions at all. entire fight. Are you serious? We'll do one more because I shouldn't have died twice in this. Heartseeker is back. Heartseeker really never left. Electra, you trolling me, sir? Are you trolling me? How's it going with you, man? But yeah, Heartseeker's bad. I mean, Heartseeker's never really left. I think people just kind of prefer Barrage because Barrage is like a little stronger for a similar build in a sense. But I mean, Heartseeker never like died. But people just have the like notion of, you know, if it's not the best build, then I don't want to play it, sort of kind of thing. I mean, Heartseeker can currently clear pit 100. It's just that people prefer to do it with Barrage because Barrage is a little stronger, that's all. I did rogue build, disappointed on this power. Did you play Spiritborn beforehand, the Electro one? Can you shoot Flurry and Barrage at the same time? No. You cannot skill weave those two skills together. In fact, you can't skill weave anything with Flurry for whatever strange reason. Oh, well then that's the reason why. Everything is going to feel extremely weak compared to Spiritborn, naturally. The Shadow Clone prop Victimizer Andy? Nope. If it did, we will all be using it for sure. Build. Type exclamation mark builds with the S, and it's the second to last planner. After patch, Barrage is more strong. I mean, after patch, I mean, everything just kind of goes up a little bit. Like Barrage doesn't get any Barrage doesn't really get any stronger than than like just the relative buffs to like, let's say, precision or, you know, victimize or like that. But like the stuff that affects Barrage also affects Heartseeker. So they both kind of get a similar buff, I guess. Windforce doesn't really do anything really for victimized builds. Precision builds maybe, but we'll kind of see. The couches didn't get any love. Sarah, my English dad, Brazilian fan here. Oh yeah, no problem, no problem. All right. I will say it's quite fun. This is a really fun build. You know what I'm gonna do? Let's do one Inferno Horde. So we'll do an 8 wave. I want to play with Poison Imbuement to get advantage for alchemical advantage. I do already. You see this right here where it says deal whatever poison damage. That poison damage allows me to use this already. So I don't even need Poison Imbuement to do it. It's all bad again. This victimized build. This is not a victimized build. This is a precision build. Flurry is just for movement, basically. If you notice, I'm using Barrage way more than I'm using Flurry. Flurry is just the easy way to get around for more efficient speed runs. That's all. I can do Shadow Step, but Shadow Step has a cooldown, so I'm like, why not just do Flurry then? Is Barb good? There's those shit. Barb is, I think, considered the second strongest class right now. Or tied with Necros, I guess. But Barb only has one like really good build. But that build is what's keeping Barbs alive, I guess. Gosh, all these are terrible. You don't need Umber Crux for Blossom and High Pit 90 plus. This isn't a victimized build, so Umber Crux doesn't really help with Barrage and builds that isn't victimized. You level up your rogue from 1 to 16 in 4.2 seconds. 27 wish for cash just opened. Wow. The grind to 300 was like having a baby. It seemed like 9 months. I created the ice cream the entire time. Oh man. You thought Source is second this season? It could be with Shatter. I mean Shatter, I thought Shatter did like a 120, but Barbs did like a 123 or something like that. I don't know. It's hard to keep up because I really think Pit is a terrible measurement for class power anyways. So it's the only thing we got, but it's still a terrible metric. See? Yeah, so I guess I was right. Which is stronger, Victimize or Precision pre and post patch? Well, I don't know about post patch because we haven't tried the new Victimize. We don't really know how much the internal cooldown reduction is going to affect builds, so I can't tell you without playing it. But pre-patch, definitely Precision is the strongest. I think Precision is probably going to remain the strongest with Rapid Fire because Rapid Fire got quite a bit of buffs. So I'm assuming Precision will still be the strongest. Be passive. Just build a stronger random rails or Flurry overpower. I'll probably say Flurry overpower by like a very slight margin, like a very, very slim margin. We're talking about like kind of splitting hairs, maybe like 1 tier apart. Hey, is Precision Barrage variant you're using currently? Yes. I didn't get any good builds until like towards the end. He's decent. It's a lot of fun to play actually. Very, very good for speed farming. Kind of sucks I didn't get any good boons until the end. So I'm at a pretty low Aether count. See. Hopefully it's a bed. Any tips to which robo would be the best after patch? So like honestly, like I but I just like answering that question honestly. Because when it comes to rogue, what's best just depends on what you're trying to do on your rogue. Because there is no one best overall build that does everything better than another rogue build. Like, but people are that like when I give an answer, people think, oh, that's the best build for everything for rogue, and that's just it doesn't work that way. So like, let's say you're trying to pit push like 110 plus or whatever, like that's your goal, like 110, 111, 112 with Korean gear or real money gear, and like thousands, or hundreds of hours of fishing for that one particular rift. In that case scenario, then you will want to go rapid fire. Because rapid fire would be best for that content. However, rapid fire is pretty horrible for anything else besides pit pushing. So for like speed farming, anywhere, any content outside of pit pushing, rapid fire is not great at all. So like, the majority of the time that, I guess you could say like your more casual players spend playing the game is not pit pushing. So technically speaking, rapid fire is the strongest, quote unquote, but it would not be for the case of most players playing the game. Because there won't be pit pushing. You see what I'm saying? I'll give you another way of looking at it. So that's like saying, what's the best car to buy? Right? The best car to buy could be what people would perceive what is the fastest car. Just like when people say look like the best build, they're thinking what's the highest it can push. So when someone says what's the best car, how fast can it go? Well, then at that point you start looking at like, let's say like, like Formula 1 cars and stuff like that. But who's really going to be racing or spending the majority of the time racing with that car? Very few. So outside of racing, Formula 1 cars are not designed for daily drivers. They suck for daily drivers. You would never go to a Heartseeker or a Walmart in a Formula 1 car. That experience would suck. Right? Despite it being the faster car. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, it's fast. It's one of the fastest cars you can buy. But it's not practical for the use that you will be using for it. It's the same way with rogue builds. It works the same way. See what I'm saying? So rapid fire is the best for pit pushing, but it's really not that practical for any other content. So oftentimes I, have to give that speech because on rogue it's not so like obvious. Good thing on rogue though is that you have a lot of good options for anything that isn't pit pushing, and including pit pushing in a sense up to a certain point. So like, let's say your goal is pip, you know, T100, right? Well, then you have a ton of builds on Rogue that can do that. That can also speed farm really well. If I can recommend one all-around build, what would it be? Honestly, probably Rain of Arrows. I think Rain of Arrows is probably the most well-rounded in terms of speed farming. Pretty easy tier 100 clear. Easy to put together because the amulet is considerably easier to get. Easy to perform. Great AoE clear. Good boss killer. So yeah, if I had to give you like, and it's also a good like pit pusher in terms of like, you can probably with some obviously Korean gear and lots of hours of fishing, you can probably get up to about 110. So like, it's also a formidable pit pusher. Obviously, you're not going to beat Rapid Fire, but which is about 3 tiers higher or whatever. But still, other good all-around builds would be like Victimize Barrage, Overpower Flurry is also very good all around. But Victimize Barrage kind of struggles a little bit in the front of horrors because of the ICD, the internal cooldown stuff. So speed farming can be a little tricky. Overpower Flurry is just extremely difficult to build and also like button mashy. However, it is effective at all content. Korea's already cleared 112 to, I think, on Rain of Arrows. I mean, I'm not surprised. I just haven't seen it. Like no one, like I think the last time I heard anything was like 108. Or are you talking about Overpower Flurry? I know OP Flurry is done at 112, right? Oh, cool. So my prediction was right then. Okay, well then yeah, I guess yeah. I mean, it makes sense. It's freaking precision, and honestly, Rain of Arrows does better versus the pit boss, honestly, than Rapid Fire does. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, except for the fact that you can't really keep the ads alive. That's the only issue. Like with Rapid Fire, you can precisely keep the ads towards your back, like the minions towards your back, so you can keep them alive longer, so you can continue to keep the buff for trick attacks. So that's the advantage that Rapid Fire that Rapid Fire has over like Rain of Arrows. But in terms of raw output on a single target, Rain of Arrows is better, ironically. Which is the craziest thing. It's the craziest thought. Rain of Arrows is an AoE skill, and Rapid Fire is specifically designed for single target. And yet, however, I guess next patch that may change because Rapid Fire getting quite a few buffs, lots of buffs actually. So, whereas Rain of Arrows is getting one small buff, I guess, and I guess the Pit Fighter's goal is a buff too. So, but Rapid Fire is getting base damage buff, Scoundrel's Kiss buff, Combustion Dagger buff, which that one's pretty big. And of course precision. What have I thought about the pin shot change? I'm gonna try it. I do think that the extra damage to elites will actually do pretty decently well versus like bossing and stuff like versus like, I'd say decently well, but I think it will help Pinshot's case. I'll put it that way. I do hope that the the elite damage, the 50% elite damage actually works for the double projectile or triple projectile, I guess, that can happen with pain shot. Good in regular right now, spending all your. Yeah, man, it's a good build. It's a very good build, man. You should do it. Can I play a bit? I want to see this Random Veils gameplay. I mean, it's kind of hard. I have to literally, like, you know, pull out my Paragon board and, you know, change, like, my gearing around a bit. Like, it'll take me about 20-25 minutes. About 20 minutes to actually, well, 15-20 minutes to put Random Veils back together. We don't have an armory in this game where I can get switch builds on the fly, which I wish I could. Yeah. Otherwise, I would. Actually, I mean, I play a lot of Random Veils in general, like, on stream. But if you want to, Frank Lucas, press do exclamation mark T100. That was already on me. No, this is Barrage. Yeah. Check out that Random Veils. Now that was when I had like not as good gear either. Like that was like pretty mediocre gear. That run. Now that's not super speeds or whatever, but like the speeds gameplay is actually a lot of fun. All right. Well, what did I accomplish today? A lot of nothing, honestly. Let me take a look at my mats or whatever. What did I get? Only 16,000 3Ds. How many raw highs did I have? Only 14.8k. I have a lot of iron shot. I don't think I really need much raw highs for some of the stuff I'll be testing this week or whatever. So I guess that's a good thing. The iron chunk is probably the more. I also need to start doing some opals, man, or like maybe like buying some opals, like gold or whatever. I really like farming on this barrage build, man. Like farming on this barrage build is so much. God, it's so much. It's just like so like smooth. Don't get me wrong, farming on my Random Veils build is fun too. But sometimes when you just need a shake up or a change up in gameplay, man, this be it. This for sure. This for sure be it. Beast. Chill. For you, Random Veils, your overall best build. I think it's probably the most efficient overall build. So efficient being like if you have to take into account difficulty, gearing, speed farming, bossing, pit speed farming, Inferno Hordes, pit pushing. I think Random Veils is probably like the most solid all around build you can play this season. It does everything pretty well. I will say this though. I will say Nightmare Dungeons though will probably be its weakest point. I know that probably sounds really like weird. Um, like you said, wait, like what do you mean? Like it can push, you know, past 110. What do you mean Nightmare Dungeons is a problem? Nightmare Dungeons is not a problem, but like you do Nightmare Dungeons to pick up mats, right? To pick up the masterwork materials, right? Well, with Rain of Arrows, the idea is to cast it and then dart to the next patch, so you don't wait for the arrows to continue to do any damage. You just move on to the next patch. No, Doors is not. It's not Doors. Doors isn't an issue. It's the fact that you have to wait for your damage to happen to pick up the mats in front of you. So you have to do a little bit of backtracking every time you are killing a Rain of Arrows, because normally you would just zip past. Like in Pit, you would just cast your Rain of Arrows and then you go. Cast your Rain of Arrows and then go. Cast your Rain of Arrows and go. You're not trying to backtrack and pick up anything. But in Nightmare Dungeons, you have to pick up stuff. That means you have to wait for your arrows to actually, like, you know, do the wave, and then you pick up your stuff. So it's your super speedy Rain of Arrows technique stuff doesn't really apply that well in Nightmare Dungeons. That's kind of like the issue. See what I'm saying? So it's not like it's not strong. Obviously it is that you just have to wait to pick up your mass, which doesn't really feel that great on Rain of Arrows. But outside of that, though, everywhere else, it's like godsend speed farming. Pre-patch no Swabby said Campfire Stream said that penetrating shot and getting a buff as well. Victimize is my excitement for playing D4 and reinvigorated. Not, I won't say it's reinvigorated, but I am intrigued by some of the buffs, and will, you know, obviously test them out. No Umbercrux on Barrage. For Precision Barrage, no. Umbercrux on Precision Barrage is bad. It's great on Victimize Barrage. In fact, it's, dare I say, kind of broken because of the way that it works with Victimize procs or whatever like that. But it doesn't really do anything at all on the Precision setup at all. The perk was going on. I wish Mask could all deliver the stats. Yeah, when I missed it. Yeah, I would love that too, honestly. What about Dance of Knives? Dance of Knives is a very good speed farming build. It is a little tricky to play because you have to snapshot stuff. So you have to understand how to snapshot. All the things you need to do to snapshot. It's not a. I guess it is pretty decently easy to gear for. It's not easy to learn, but it is easy to play once you understand how to snapshot. But it's not a good push build. Like Dance of Knives is not a good push build. Or nor do you really kind of want to boss with Dance of Knives. But you don't need to play Snapshot to play Dance of Knives. Playing Dance of Knives without it is doing fast 75 easy sub 4 minutes. So here's the thing, Frank, Lucas. I'm not saying that you can't do Dance of Knives without snapshotting. I'm just saying Dance of Knives with snapshotting is considerably stronger. So like for instance, if you're doing 75s in 4 minutes, right? On a rogue, that will be considered like D tier. Like D tier build. I had this conversation with Mippy, who also agreed a lot on this. I think Woody Joe's the only, like Woody Joe and Panda Glass Jaw, like maybe like one other that probably felt like the whole like, you know, you don't have to snapshot to do much. So yeah, I mean, you can clear most T4 content without snapshotting. That is true. That's very true. But if you're trying to compare just raw power, you gain so much more damage snapshotting. It's just ridiculous. I wouldn't say 90 plus in 4 minutes, sub 4 minutes, no. Like 85s, sub 4 minutes, sure. So like if you snapshotting, you're looking at a good like 10 to 12 tiers, maybe 13 tiers higher. 10 levels, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of damage though. That's one level is equal to about 16% more damage, or 16% more health for the enemies. So I just want you to understand what I'm saying. Like, don't get me wrong, you can totally do it without snapshotting, but the only thing about it is that it kind of makes it a pretty weak build relative to the other rogue builds that can do things better and faster without the need to do all this or you know, with the similar amount of work. I don't know if it's worth it for speed 85s and 75s to farm Paragon or some gear without snapshotting this whole right click. Oh no, so that's a different topic. That's a whole different topic. Like, you're right. You don't necessarily need to speed farm any higher than like 70 or 75. You're right. You're exactly right. So that part I agree with you on. At some point it's just clout, you know. Now, if you're trying to level your glyphs or whatever solo, then you're definitely gonna have to speed farm a little higher than 75, of course. But outside of that, I mean, no, you're right. If you just are just trying to get some gear and Paragon a little bit, yeah, I mean, speed 75s is just fine. Did I hear about Roy Haynes? No. What happened now, Pig? Or are you trolling me? Do you think that Twisting Blades would be S tier? No. No, I don't think any rogue build. Well, actually, Rapid Fire might actually make the S tier cut. Maybe. Rapid Fire might make it. Rain of Arrows might make it. Maybe. Like low S tier. Like bottom of S tier. Maybe. Twisting Blades won't get that. Won't get there now. Twisting Blades will like rise to like the top of A tier. Yeah, pretty much that. So yeah, Twisting Blades will rise to the top of A tier. Barrage, Victimize will rise to the top of A tier. Heartseeker will probably reach that threshold too. Close to the top of A tier. Overpower Flurry might actually reach the bottom of S tier as well. Well, I don't know. The Flurry buff isn't really that big, and Flurry. Wait, Overpower Flurry is momentum, right? Is that momentum base? I don't remember. Okay, so yeah, Overpower Flurry might make the bottom of S tier cut. So yeah, that'd be 3 builds probably. Rapid Fire, OP, Flurry, Rain of Arrows would probably be the 3 that would probably get like bumped to like low S tier, bottom of S tier, like top of A tier and low S tier is about same damage. It's pretty close. Yeah, it's very close. Or pretty close, I put it that way. Guess some knives might actually like, or probably stay where it's at, honestly. Would you recommend building a Ranavero kit for a patch, or which build? I mean, honestly, just whatever you find fun to play on Rogue. Rogue has so many good builds that it's just really about playstyle. Renovaros is really good. Rapid Fire is really good, but hard to play. Barrage Victimize is good. Heartseeker Victimize is good, although a little weaker than Barrage Victimize. Hypnotize is good. It's not really a great pit pusher, but it's good. Really good for speed farming. OP Flurry, it's got some style that other builds don't really have, especially for gearing, but also really good. Twisting Blaze is actually going to get some stonks next patch. That'll be pretty good. Pen Shot might actually be pretty decent now. Maybe. But with the precision setup, not a victimized setup. I mean, you kind of have choices. Rapid Fire Cooking OP2. I haven't seen outside Alexa's video. So Crafty tried it. Actually, Crafty tried it and he didn't like it and said it wasn't worth it. And so I haven't even bothered to investigate that any further, because if Crafty said what he said about it, then I have zero reason to follow up. I think that's nice. Players would appreciate it if this and that's got a buff without the need to shout. That's my thought. That's what I agree with. I just noticed that your title is short streaming. You're 6 hours in. I know. I'm have to get ready to leave now. I'm past 6 hours in. I still haven't streamed this long in a while. In recent, I don't really have much to do. So the fact that I somehow was able to pull a 6 hour stream out of, well, practically nothing. It's actually quite impressive. I guess honestly, it's just talking to you guys. You guys kept communicating and talking, so that gave me more to do, more to answer, more to say. So honestly, I can just blame y'all and say it's all y'all's fault. How about that? Milo, what's going on? Who's Monster Riz? 1 iron battery. His stream is ending. Never mind. Who to go to? I don't think I've been to Monster Riz in a while. We'll go to him real quick. All right, so we'll hit up someone new. So we'll take the blame. I'll take the blame. Anyhow, you guys know what I'm here for. So I'm gonna be honest though. From here on out, at least from here on out until the patch drops, and then once the patch drops, we'll actually, you know who we'll go to. I think Evan the Pig will like this. Actually, we're gonna go to Trip Chains. Actually, yeah, she just started. We'll go to Trip. So, so from here on out, we're gonna do a half Diablo 4 and then half some other game until the patch drops. So the patch drops on what, Thursday? So we're gonna continue to farm for stuff that we're gonna test for when the patch comes out, so we can know if stuff is actually good or not. And then, but I'm not gonna abandon D4 though. I'm just gonna, put that out there. So for those who are fans of D4, expect the beginning of the stream to be D4 related. But the second half will be some sort of a different game. D4 back. Am I down with the new patch? It's okay. It definitely was better than what I saw on the slides. The slide was horrible. Like the slide in the campfire chat was very disappointing. I'm not gonna sit there and say that they redeemed themselves in the patch notes, because I still think it's just a bunch of, now, slightly bigger number to skills, most skills that we already play. So, but there are a couple of things that are a little interesting. So I do want to try that, like the Victimize Mechanic change where they're gonna lower the ICD, which is actually like a big deal. That's a big deal. The new admixture change is actually gonna change the way you gear a little bit, which is also a good change. So stuff like that I think is pretty cool. So we'll play around with things like that. Windforce, maybe see if it's actually even any decent. I don't think it will be, but we're gonna try anyways. Pinch shot might actually be kind of okay. We'll see. We'll try.
Shut up and take my money.
Those kind of things.
Lucky_Lorgy cheered X200.
Lucky with the cheer, Biddy. Appreciate you, man. Anyhow, enjoy Trip Chains. I will see y'all, well, I guess later on tonight. And as always, till next time.